So I want to tell you, look around. There are some hymns. Where is your woodpecker? Where is your hummingbird? It is there. And I'm going to end this story with this. They were saying about Sisyphus, did he stop? I want to say he did not stop because one day he got that boulder out of the ravine. So hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Let us pray. Holy God, creator, sustainer, in your infinite wisdom, bless the city of Stonecrest. Bless the mayor, bless the council, bless the administrators, bless the citizens. Of course, bless the citizens. We pray for those who are in positions of great responsibility. We pray for them fervently. Their decision will affect many, many people, even some that are not born today, some that have needs right now. Let them continue to serve without prejudice and without partiality. Let them continue to serve with integrity, reliability, commitment, and compassion, respecting all religions. But this prayer we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen, amen, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Let us stand for a pledge to the allegiance, to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Ward, if you come back to the podium, please, sir.
Get the agenda.
Oh, you're good. Just 1 second.
Good.
Pastor, on behalf of the city of Stonecrest, we first want to say thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you.
We know you've had a long day, so we don't take it lightly that you took your evening to come hang out with us, and most certainly to give us those words of encouragement. And those 4 perceptions, I mean, I can live each one every day. So thank you for those words of encouragement. I'm sure that not just me, the council, our staff, and our citizens got something from that. So thank you so much for sharing that word. On behalf of all of us, I want to give you a small token of appreciation. Half of the city of Stonecrest, just want to say thank you again.
I get a lot of stuff, but this is nice.
I know you know the routine. We got to take a picture.
Oh, yeah, we got to take a picture. Didn't take a picture, didn't you?
Again, thank you, Pastor. We know that the work you do in our community is not just the government that does the work. It's certainly our faith-based organizations that do a lot of the heavy lifting. So thank you for what you all do in our community. Thank you for being around for so long. And thank you for praying for Stonecrest.
Good. I'm a hugger. Give me a hug. I'm a hugger.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda itself. You've had it long enough to determine if you like it is or you want to make adjustments.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman Fye?
given that we have some guests here today, would it behoove, excuse me, I just learned that word. Can I, if I could ask, would it be possible to, I would like to move to amend the agenda to add reports and presentations to the front above, actually not above public hearings.
You're asking to shift
Reports and presentations above
some
public hearings.
presentations, all of them to come just before public hearing.
Yes.
All right. Any other adjustments? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the stated adjustments.
So moved.
And probably moved in second to approve the agenda with the stated adjustments. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Side with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The agenda is so adjusted. Next item on the agenda is a review and approval of the minutes. You have before you the minutes from the City Council meeting of June 26th. Any corrections or modifications? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion for approval. Councilwoman Graves.
I move to approve the meeting minutes for June 26th of 2025.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to approve the City Council meeting minutes from June 26, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Start with District 1.
Aye.
District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And the minutes from June 26 are now approved. Next item on the agenda, public comments. Madam City Clerk, our Deputy City Clerk, will you be so kind as to read the rules for public comments?
Sure. Citizens wishing to make a public comment may do so in person. Citizens may also submit public comments via email to cityclerk@stonecrestga.gov by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to be read by the city clerk. All members of the public wishing to address the city council shall submit their name and the topic of their comments to the city clerk prior to the start of any meeting held by the city council. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker submitting or reading a public comment. Individuals will be held to establish time limits.
Thank you very much. There's a little pause while we get things rearranged. So we want to have a different format for public comments. Mayor Technician? Thank you very much. Wait until the action dies down a little bit. We don't want to be distracted. Best laid plans. There's your woodpecker. Okay, we have amplification and we have recording. What else do we need? You do not have recording, a broadcast. Oh, but it is being broadcast. Okay. Is there a solution? Yes. Okay. No. We want it to be recorded. Give you a couple of more minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Five.
If it would work best for council and the city to be able to move some of the things forward, would it be apt? Would 3 minutes, 5 minutes work for you guys? 5 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hold on 1 second. Team in the back, you think 5 minutes will benefit us?
All right, well, you can go.
Right? Okay, Madam City Clerk, be so kind as to call the first commenter for public comment.
Dave Marcus.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Tonight, you are voting on approval of a contract to rewrite completely our zoning ordinances and to redraw our zoning map. Deliverables include all drafts of the zoning ordinance and overlay code and a new zoning map. It's a big project and it is really, really important to get it right. Reading the RFP, reading the proposal from the vendor, I would like not to object to anything, well, one thing, but to say to the 6 of you, please make sure you know the answers to any questions you may have and get them clearly and get them in the contract. I've got 8 questions. The first is, why is the project this big? We redid zoning 4 years ago. We redid overlay, the Stonecrest overlay about 3 years ago. Why a complete redo? Complete. What's the problem being solved? I know of more smaller and spot problems and opportunities, but the entire zoning code? One goal of the project, it says, and this is a quote, to reflect desired density and intensity and use for parcels citywide. Who has decided, please, I'm not asking this, I'm asking you to ask this. Who has decided the desired density and intensity for every parcel in the city, and hence the intensity and density of the city? Where is that written down? Where will the consultants be directed to go look at it? Third, why is, this one is my objection, why is there only a single, in the year or more of this project, there's only a single public open house? There is only a single meeting presenting things to the public. There should be at least one per district. It's just not enough to have it just one for 60,000 people, of whom most will, as we know, not show up, but let's make more opportunities to try to get more engagement. The project includes tasks that are not specifically zoning and zoning map. For instance, review of the current fee structure for development, working with IT vendor on making the ordinances accessible. Why fold these into an already large project, when in truth they actually can't be done probably until the zoning revisions themselves are done? The project includes review and update of overlay and creation of new ones, and review and update of development regulations to, and I quote, reflect the internal process of the city. Please raise your hand if you know what reflect the internal process of the city means, because I don't, and I don't know why we need to change zoning or development rules to match whatever these processes are. So please ask, what are the processes? Why does zoning change rather than the processes?
Sorry, Dave.
And
This time.
why is the legal evaluation of the evaluation of whether this will be legal and challengeable in court being done by the consultant rather than this gentleman? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jay Cofield.
I agree with everything Mr. Marcus said, except I believe it's going to be done to give the developers more access to our land with less restrictions. But anyway, Stonecrest is 8 years old, and I have to ask, what have we accomplished in those 8 years? We have our development seems to be moving out and going to Rockdale and other areas, and we shouldn't have to go to these areas to shop. Stonecrest is the last mall along I-20 with direct on and off access, yet it's turning into a ghost town. And, that bothers me because I know I was there the day they opened Stonecrest Mall, and I know the promise that it had, and I see what it's become. And I don't understand why. Also, I have a great concern about what happened to Rock Springs Road. Developers went in there, they cut down all of those trees, cut them down and left so you can see almost straight across into Lion's Head or whatever it is. Yet they have only built less than 10% of the houses, and now they have stopped work. You need to look at an ordinance that prevents that from happening, from them just cutting land and then leaving it vacant when they can't develop any more houses. I'm just deeply troubled about the direction this city appears to be going. It appears that you're letting developers come in here, build low-income housing. Even the houses they want $400,000 for are low-income houses. They are not $400,000 houses. And then what they do is turn around and sell them in bulk to another developer who in turn rents them. And that happened over by the MARTA station, and it's happened in other places, and it's going to probably happen up here on Hayden Quarry. Also, lastly, well, not lastly, I want to again ask you to please look at CPR training and stop the bleed. As you know, in that situation in Texas, a lot of people just didn't know what to do or where to go because they had not been taught how to do it. One guy bled to death when his arm was cut, which would have been an easy stop the bleed. This will cost you no money, absolutely not one penny, because you have the resources here in the fire department to get it done. And in fact, when I do it, it only costs me the amount to rent the facility. So, I mean, please show a little bit of concern, especially after what happened over at the plant blowing up. And lastly, as it was mentioned that people come and they complain, but they don't have anything to offer. I have brought to you the names of people that have been extremely successful. I brought the name to you a couple of years ago of a man.
Hopefield, that's time.
Okay, thank you. I think everybody knows what I was going to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next,
So we have one.
that's all the stuff now, the email. Go ahead.
This is from Marie Colson. Dear Mayor and members of the Stonecrest City Council, I'm writing as a concerned resident of Stonecrest to formally express my objection to recent actions taken by the Mayor Pro Tem that raise serious concerns regarding transparency, due process, and potential conflicts of interest. It has come to my attention that the Mayor Pro Tem is attempting to advance a proposal benefiting a non-resident private entity, doing so based on his own decisions rather than through full council deliberation. He has reportedly tried to convince only 2 council members, bypass an open dialogue with the entire council and the public. More troubling is that the entity he is supporting is allegedly associated with a former mayor who was convicted and in prison for financial misconduct involving city funds. The reintroduction of individuals tied to past corruption under questionable procedures demands immediate public scrutiny. This matter should not proceed under a cloud of suspicion or partial decision-making. I respectfully urge that this agenda item be tabled immediately and remain on hold until, 1, a formal review or investigation into the Mayor Pro Tem action is conducted. 2, the entire city council is given the opportunity to weigh in publicity. And 3, most importantly, the community is informed and allowed to comment before any decision is made. Residents of Stonecrest expect and deserve integrity, transparency, and accountability from our elected officials. Any attempts to push through proposals involving past misconduct must be stopped before further damage is done. Sincerely, Marie Colson.
That's it?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Grimes?
I know that we don't usually respond to public comment or anything that's said from the podium during the meeting, but I'm going to ask that I be able to state something that needs to be not only said to an individual, but said to the public.
What was yours?
For those constituents who I consider having on speed dial, and they have all my numbers, not just my Stonecrest number, they have my personal number as well. I am taken aback by the continuous comment that there's been no CPR training in the city of Stonecrest, and that's just not true. On May the 28th at 6:36 p.m., I forwarded personally a flyer to one of my constituents who continuously says that we're not concerned about CPR. There was a class conducted by our former DeKalb County Range director, who now is working with his own CPR business, Heart for Life, came to the city, inside the city, and the cost was alleviated. The majority of the cost was bared by Councilwoman Tammy Grimes in District 5 for those constituents who wanted to come and be CPR certified. I sent it out. It was a talk for Tammy. Those who wanted to come came. Those people got their card and they're CPR certified by Donnie James. And so I'm being very clear about what is being stated and what actually happened. That did not happen the way it has been presented at that microphone over and over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we don't want to make this a debate, but what we get as public comments is of great value to us. But we have to know that what we're getting is close to being factual. And the last letter that was written does not sound like the Marie Colson that I know. And we question the source of those comments when people don't come to the podium and make their own comments. But we will correct what we know to be an error when the time is right. We cannot just let innuendos and untruths go forth as if they are the truth. But again, we respect so much your comments. Just be as factual as you can, please. So given that, let's move forward. The next item on the agenda is the item that's been moved up, and that will be the reports and presentation. First item is the DeKalb County Schools Athletic Department. Dr. Weaver. Councilwoman Grimes, are you going to join her? Oh, okay. All right, Dr. Weaver. Councilwoman Graves.
I invited Dr. Weaver from the athletic department from DeKalb County to this meeting today. Can you hear me? I had the pleasure of meeting with her and her team after I had a discussion with our superintendent, Dr. Horton, and the mayor of, and the principal at Arabia Mountain. I had a meeting with them because my goal was in that meeting to explore ways to integrate high school academics and elite athletes. Because, you know, I feel that we lose a lot of our athletes here in DeKalb County to some of our neighboring schools. So in that meeting with Dr. Weaver and her team, she shared some programs that they are implementing this year and some upcoming years. So I thought it would be great for our citizens to hear in the city of Stonecrest what DeKalb County School Athletic Department is working on. So I want to welcome Dr. Weaver to our meeting today.
Thank you so very much. And good evening, Mayor Cobble, members of the City Council. I am Dr. Trisilla Weaver, and I am the Chief of Access and Opportunity with the DeKalb County School District. It brings me great joy to bring you greetings this evening on behalf of our Superintendent, Dr. Devon Q. Horton, and our Board of Education. And we are here, as Ms. Graves shared with you, to share some information about our programs that we have to support our students. I will start out just giving some general overview about our new division, and then I'm joined at the podium this evening by our Executive Director of Athletics, Mrs. Miss Jeltz, and she will give you more information about our athletics department. We have a new division, a little over a year old right now in our district called the Access and Opportunity Division. And that division was the brainchild of our superintendent, in which we wanted to take a very close look at how we are supporting our students, making sure that all and each and every one of our students have access and opportunity to be successful. There are 5 departments within that division. We have our Access and Opportunity Department. We have our Athletics Department, which we will talk a little bit about tonight. We also have our Student Assignment Department. We have our Student Mentorship and Partnerships Department, and we have our School Innovation Department. And all of those departments fall within the division of Access and Opportunity. If you think about the name of those departments, we are looking at how do we provide ways for our students to be successful. We look at ways for them to be successful through mentoring and partnerships, through innovative ideas, through our programs, our boundaries, and as well as the different ways that we support our students through some of our school choice options. We also look at how do we make sure that we have a policy and a procedure in place to where we're looking at what each child brings to us as an individual and how we support them through that. And tonight we're going to focus on athletics, which is just one department in the division. I think when we did a quick survey, we looked at our students and we asked them, who were some of the most influential people in your life? And many of them gave us a coach. You can name a coach of a sport and different things like that. That's how we were able to get our students to behave when we were in the school. That's how we got them to come to school, and that's how we got them to improve their grades. And so it is through that department that we are providing many access and opportunities for our students. We have a mission of making sure that we open up that field for our students. And Ms. Jelks will talk a little bit about what we're doing at the elementary level, at our middle level, and at our high school level. And with that, I'll turn the podium over to Ms. Jelks, who is our Executive Director for Athletics. Ms. Jelks.
All right, good evening. Again, my name is Ms. Jokes. My first name is Miss. I know she said it twice, so it's MYSS. And I serve as the executive director. So I wanted to share with you a little bit about the connection between athletics and academics. So part of what we do is for the whole child. We want to make sure we provide different opportunities for students throughout our district. So with academics, athletics provides eligibility and participation standards. In order to be eligible at the high school level, you have to have a certain number of credits and be on the right path to graduation. So that's one of the great things about athletics. It keeps students on tracks with constant check-ins every school year about the number of credits they receive. Also, the teacher and coach connection. Dr. Weaver talked about how coaches and teachers play such a vital role with our students. And I know being a coach, I used to coach at Lithonia High School long time ago. I was a cheerleading coach and the soccer coach, but I know that that role was so important. I have students that I still keep in contact with today, and they tell me about how important that role was for them and who they are today. So that role is very important for our students. It's like that double follow-up beyond the school day sometimes, because they often help with tutoring. They often help with just giving advice and making sure kids make good decisions and stay on the right path. Again, holistic programs. We always want to talk about the whole child when we are doing academics and providing with these opportunities. We also offer adaptive sports, and a lot of people don't know that about DeKalb County. And we also have won several awards locally and nationwide with our wheelchair handball program. Community and funding alignment, district partnerships and grant funding help strengthen both academic programs and athletic opportunities for students. From elementary through high school, we set clear frameworks to ensure athletic participation complements student academic goals, attendance, and behavior. So a little bit more about our department in athletics. For our department, our goal is to increase academic and behavior standards, increase physical and wellness growth, increase social and emotional skills. This helps students build confidence. It shows them teamwork, responsibility, and a sense of school pride. It increases competitive and developmental structure, increases inclusive access. Like Dr. Weaver stated, we started elementary athletics last school year for 4th and 5th graders. And this has been an amazing program for DeKalb County schools. And this helps with our matriculation through middle school and high school, and it helps build our programs. and alignment with our district's mission to reinforce broader DCSD values around equity, the whole child, and academic excellence. So in our district, fourth and fifth grade sports, we started 5 sports last year. We started track, soccer, basketball, competitive dance, and flag football. And for our fourth and fifth grade students, those sports were no charge. We provided equipment and we provided uniforms to those scholars. We had over 4,000 kids participate in our athletic program last year. A lot of them just kept going. They did all of the sports, and the parents were excited about that. They loved they loved what we were doing. The feedback had been amazing. And at the middle school level, we offer basketball, baseball, flag football, which this will be our first year offering flag football at the middle school level. So we're really excited about that for girls. Right now, we have more than half of our schools participating. So we're super excited. As you know, flag football has taken off tremendously, and we do offer it at all of our high schools for that. And for high school, we offer all of the traditional sports, with addition to the adaptive sports program that I offer, that I talked about earlier, and lacrosse that many people don't know. We have that at 6 of our high schools. We have lacrosse programs. So we are excited about the growth. And every year we have added on programs trying to grow what we have, because we know that athletics is a vehicle to college for a lot of our scholars. They earn scholarships. Like I said, it keeps them on track for graduation. We make sure that they have the credits and the support that they need in the schools. So in our area, our notable achievements in DeKalb County School District since 1938, we've earned 321 state titles across track and field, wrestling, basketball, and adaptive sports. Athletics are celebrated as an integral part of the district's broader commitment to educational excellence. In this area, Arabia Mountain, they participated in 5 playoff series, Lithonia 3, MLK 5, and I added on Miller Grove with 12. We had over 150 schools throughout our district to participate in GHSA state playoffs. We are proud of the work that we're doing. It is continuing to grow, and again, the feedback has been amazing, and we often take any type of feedback that we have from others. In our department now, one of our coordinators, Mr. Paris Bird, he serves as a board member for the Browns Mill softball program. So we are committed to partnership so that we can grow athletics all over the county. So thank you. And I'm gonna turn it back to Dr. Weaver.
And so we are kicking off our season. Our first scrimmage or preseason game will be this Friday. We will start a little later in August with track for our elementary school, and we just started our practice for our middle school football and volleyball. And so what we are looking to do, one of the things that we have to do each month in our district is we have what we call miracles priorities. And these are priorities in which we focus on every month to make sure that we are moving towards access and equity for our students, and increasing our sports at the various level, as well as connecting them with academics is one of the things that we're working on this year. And if you had an opportunity to take a look at any of our convocation activities, today that was the first day our students were was back in school. We had one of our national spelling bee finalists, SAR, who introduced our superintendent, and he also was a student athlete. So we really believe in making them both athletes and students first, and we're committed to doing what we need to support our students in the DeKalb County School District. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any comments from the council? Let me just say that for so long, I've made the comment that we celebrate athletic achievements, the trophies, and the community turnout, and we need to find a way to increase our academic achievements and the celebrations and all the trophies and accolades to go out. So to see the connection between the two is really, really great. And let me just say that our hearts go out to the family of Arabia Mountain High School and the family of the athlete that was lost there. So I cannot let that go unsaid. It was really heartbreaking to see that happen. But again, we appreciate what you bring to this community, and please keep it up. Any other comments? Councilwoman Grimes.
I was just, it's always, I guess, just common when people see Dr. Weaver, they think of District 5, but it's okay. Absolutely, absolutely. So, Miss Jelks, the 6 high schools, do you have that list that have the lacrosse program?
I don't
Okay.
have it with me, but I can email it to
Get
you.
it to me. Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing where they're placed and how our kids can definitely become a part of that, because normally that's a private school paid sport.
Yes. So we are working on expanding that through coach education, because that has been one of the challenges, because it is not a Southern sport. So we have been working on educating coaches so we can expand to more.
Not a Southern sport for our African-American population, but I do want that to take off in this area. So please, please, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Cobble.
Kudos, ladies, to the work that we're collectively doing for this community, most of which is on your shoulders. So any way that the city can support, we're always here. I'm no stranger to any of it. And my son being a student athlete, I know the connection between athletics and academics, and the coaching being super important. So how we can help recruit and encourage volunteers to be involved, let us know. I'm sure that our council members, being boots on the ground in the community, probably have a list already in their head of folks who they think will be great volunteers to help with the coaches, even if it's assistant coaches or assistants to assistants. The more mentors we can get from our community to be with our students who are in our community makes all the difference in the world. I'm surely a testament to it. Lord knows I try to not put my hands on my son as much as possible, and it is certainly because of the volunteers at the school that help keep him on track. But it just makes us really proud that we have such great people working in our school system, and we know that the struggle that we all face being in these roles. There's a lot of critics. There's a lot of folks that, and pun intended, sit on the sideline. But it is not without acknowledgement of the work that you're doing, despite the noise, despite what they say about our school system. Because really, when they say things about our school system, they're talking about our babies. Right? And so the more that we support our school system, the more that we talk great about our school system, the more that we champion the work that the people of this community is doing for those who are in this community, we quiet the noise. So the more we can do to support you, let us know. I'm a phone call away. I'm going to be at the games. I'm going to be at the school. I'm going to be at the career day. I'm going to be anywhere you ask me to be. But the more we can recruit others and make that extension, the better we'll be collectively. So thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Graves.
just want to personally say thank you for coming out today. I really, really appreciate it. And all the information that was shared today, that can be found on the website, correct? Got it. We did have a PowerPoint presentation. We didn't know if it would be, but we have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Next presentation will be from the Council Award, Mr. Freddie Bloom, the Georgia Municipal Association.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the community. My name is Freddie Broom. I'm with Georgia Municipal Association, and I'm their Director of Community and Workplace Culture. And I'm here tonight to present a certificate of completion to Councilmember Graves. Councilmember Graves has recently completed our Municipal Leader Workplace Community and Culture Program. It's an 8-month certificate program that they actually go through and meet once a month. And they learn lessons on how to go back to their communities to be better leaders, how to be more emotional intelligence, and then focus on areas of local government when it comes to financial management, public safety, community stakeholder engagement, community and public relations, and human resource practices. And then in the end, they actually create a capstone project. And the capstone project is really a reflection of everything they've learned throughout the 8-month program. And so actually it's exciting to see the presentation before me, because Councilmember Graves, that was a capstone project, was to find ways to collaborate and create a program with the high school to work on and focus on athletics and academics when bringing in community partners and partnering with the school to promote that program. And so we're excited to be able to announce that she completed the program. She now joins 80 leaders from across the state of Georgia that has completed this program. And tonight, on behalf of GMA, we're here to present her with a certificate of completion.
Mr. Photographer, come on, we can't miss this moment.
Push the on button. It was one of the best classes that I've taken, not just the knowledge that was shared there, but to be able to collaborate with other elected officials, other city staff, and it's an ongoing learning experience. You learn a lot building relationships and just talking, seeing what they're doing in their city, and to be able to bring it back to yours and to talk about it. So I want to say thank you again for coming out and presenting.
Next for reports and presentation is recognition of community partners. We don't have enough community partners, but the ones that we do have, we do need to show our appreciation. So to start tonight, we're going to recognize Walmart, store number 1340, community support partner, Mayor Koppel.
D3 in the house. Randy Couture, come on. Act like you don't know why you here. Come on. So keeping with the theme of the evening and our community partners, and also keeping at the theme of a little bit of pressure and fighting through that pressure. Walmart doesn't always get the recognition it deserves for the work it does in the community. And I can't speak for what Walmart does in other communities, but it is under the two of your leadership that you have changed what partnership looks like in municipal government. If you all don't know, whenever we call for community partners, Randy and Couture are right there always. I'm going to read this letter because it has a little detail in it. But just for some general context, it is not with begging. It is simply with an ask.
We're speaking to the mic there, Mayor.
Oh, you funny now. Oh, they funny. Okay. It is only with a request. We never have to beg. And actually now, because they're so connected to us, they know when the events are happening and they just kind of show up before we even get to call. And I wish Tamika was here with us tonight because Tamika is critical and vital to this partnership and this relationship. She has cultivated this over the years. But this is Randy and Couture, if y'all didn't know. And they are from the Walmart store. 1340 is our Farrington at the Walmart store. They are from the Farrington Road store. So let me read this letter. The City of Stonecrest would like to recognize and honor the Walmart team at store 1340 located on Farrington Road. Under the leadership of their store managers, Randy and Couture, this team has demonstrated consistent and meaningful support to our community. Over the years, Walmart has generously donated resources in addition to volunteering their time at several of our city events, including our Easter egg drop, and it's hot out there. Juneteenth, it's even hotter. The annual Education Fest, we just had that one a few weeks ago. And my fan favorite, our Thanksgiving giveaway. And when I say they show up, I mean, they're not just standing around. First of all, they come with a squad, a full team. And they work. I mean, we're talking about lifting turkeys, tossing turkeys from one station to another. I mean, it's real work being put in. They're not just standing around, their boots on the ground. Their ongoing partnership has had a noticeable impact on the success and the reach of the Stonecrest community events. It is both appreciated and well-deserved. We formally recognize your store and your outstanding community service for your continued support to our initiatives. It is with a warm and heartfelt appreciation on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and our Parks and Recs department that we just want to say thank you. I'm gonna hand this to you. Councilman Washington, if you didn't know, this in District 3. You want to add a little few words or you want to just take a picture? You dress, you're pretty, so you know. Okay, come on, this microphone. Yeah, that's the theme tonight too.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, first of all. When I do go to Randy and I call him up, and especially we have a problem with shopping carts. And so we just passed the shopping cart ordinance, but he has been on it with making sure that they're being retrieved. I want to thank you for that I don't have to call anymore, and he's on it. And I want to thank you all for all that you do for our community.
Put the mic back now.
So first off, I'm Randy Warner, the store manager at the Walmart down there. Couture, she's my partner in crime. So if I'm not able to show up at an event, she shows up for us and supports the community. So I know that, hey, it's, you know, big Walmart, but ultimately it's the individual conversation, the individual donations that really impact the community. So anytime that, you know, the city has something, I'm there so I can make sure that you guys support us. And I want to make sure that we come out and support you guys. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jabez, Mr. Audio Visual, is everything in order for public hearing? We're good in all corners. All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is public hearing. Madam Deputy City Clerk, will you be so kind as to read the rules for public hearing?
Citizens wishing to participate and comment during the public hearing portion of the meeting may come in person. You may also submit your request, including your full name, position on the agenda item you are commenting on, for or against, via email to cityclerk@stonecrestga.gov by 2 p.m. the day of the public hearing to be read into the record at the meeting. A Zoom link for the meeting will be sent to you. When it is your turn to speak, please state your name, address, and relationship to the case. There is a 10-minute time limit for each item per side during all public hearings. Only the applicant may reserve time for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. First item on the agenda for public hearing is RZ 25-001-1455 Rogers Lake Road. Ms. Cowie?
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Mayor and City Council, the request is, again, a rezoning and map amendment of the parcel from R100 to RSM Small Lot Residential for a single-family residential development. City of Stonecrest zoning map has property zoned R100. The property is partially wooded and vacant. There are currently no wetlands or floodplain areas on the property. The applicant is requesting to, again, rezone the parcels from R100 to RSM. property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property were mailed notices of the proposed rezoning in January 2025. The community planning information meeting was held first in February the 13th at 6:00 p.m. This rezoning request and map amendment had to go a full cycle deferment, so it went to another meeting on June the 12th for the community planning information meeting. This property is zoned, the future land use map has this property as suburban. The zoning map is, again, R100 residential medium lot. This is an area location map. Location site photos. Additional photos. The applicant has submitted that the proposed site plan will encompass 62 single-family residential homes. And staff did, after the discussion from the planning commission, after the planning commission did recommend deferral of the request, planning and zoning staff did review with the applicant, and we amended our recommendation for approval and with the listed 7 conditions as discussed with the applicant. The development shall be limited to single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures not to exceed 62 lots. The proposed development shall be constructed in general conformance with the conceptual site plan that was submitted by Bullard Land Planning dated September the 10th. The minimum heated floor area of each dwelling unit shall be 1,400 square feet. A 20-foot buffer shall be provided. Architectural variability, and there are conditions with distinct difference from the facade designs. No single-family dwelling shall be the same front facade design. No single front facade design may be used for more than 25% of the total units. The minimum lot size shall be 6,000 square feet. And the setbacks are 50 feet along Rogers Lake Road, 10 feet for interior streets. Side setback was recommended by staff for 10 to 15 feet between buildings, and the rear is 30 feet. Mayor Pro Tem, the applicants are here if you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor, any questions before we open the floor for public hearing? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to open the floor for public hearing at this time on item RZ 25-001.
So moved.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to open the floor for public hearing on RZ 25-001. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, states out of District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The floor is now open for public hearing on RZ 25-001. The applicant may come forward.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Bullard. I'm with Bullard Land Planning. My address is 1235 Prospect Road, Lawrenceville, Georgia. And I'm here with Mr. Boris Desai, who is the owner of the property. And as you know, we've been here with you before. We met with Ms. Graves and we met with Mayor Pro Tem Turner. And first of all, I want to say just it's been a good, thoughtful process, and handled very professionally, and also how you really wanted to get across to us what type of product you want to see or what you want to see, and we tried our best to listen. And so that's I just wanted to say that. And then as you know, we came in originally with the townhomes, and we felt like that was the the best fit for the property because of the narrow area up front. And there was townhomes nearby, but there was a general consensus that in the trend and what you guys desire, basically before the planning commission, we brought three options. We brought a townhome development, we brought a duplex development, and we brought a single family development. And staff was like, okay, you gotta choose here. So we are now going with just the single family, and with attorney John Nix, who was at the planning commission. He was unable to be here tonight. He discussed with staff and back and forth a little bit to come up with the rezoning conditions. I think I heard two things the last time I was before you guys, was that you wanted architectural variability in the subdivision, and you wanted single family. So those were the two things that we focused on. And as you can see in that condition 5, there is a pretty significant, and the attorney that we worked with, he's also works with the Development Authority in several counties in this area. So he's used to dealing with a lot of these issues, and he's used to helping jurisdictions get the product that they want, the look that they want when they're done. And so that's how that was worked out with staff. There are a couple of things while I'm talking about the conditions. I wanted to just say the proposed in condition number 2, if we could possibly say, instead of the plan that my company, Bullard Land Planning, submitted on September 10th, 2024, maybe if we could amend that to say the plan that is submitted here. If I push enter, is that going to push me forward? Or is it the arrow? There it is. This is the plan that we're now submitting forward. It has it doesn't have quite as much. Our townhome development had a lot of green space. But here, in order to get the density to be able to work, we still have over 21% open space. But this is the plan we're bringing before now. And I wanted to bring up this point because this was a point that was made last time, is if you can see the large-looking rectangles, that is the project as if it's developed with R100 single family. And during that flag portion of the lot, there would be no way to get even one row of houses in the flag portion, which is the pole portion of the flag. And you couldn't put one lot, nor because of the grades, you could get to the back. So that's a lot of the reason why we were working with townhomes originally, because we were trying to work that area. But this plan also works if on the plans we can develop it with these size lots and also get the relief on the buffer. We propose to condition number 4 is we still want to have the 20-foot buffer, but the ability to grade in it where needed. The way it reads is a 20-foot buffer shall be provided where the property line of the subject property adjoins R100 zoning and shall be replanted to buffer standards where grading is necessary. And what that does is when you grade in the buffer on the low side, it creates a berm. On the high side, it creates a cut so that it visually also separates, and then it has to be replanted to buffer standards, which it's a heavy replanting of evergreen plants in there. So that's the way we developed in order to be able to still stick with single family and be able to put a road through there. And so then the last thing I wanted to just bring up was under the setbacks we had actually borrowed these from the subdivision to the north, which has the same zoning that we have. The RSM subdivision right just to the north of us. But it just had a phrase, side 0 feet to 15 feet between buildings. Instead of 10, if we could make it 5, but we have the ability to put it 15 to no buildings no closer than 15 feet from each other would help us be able to give the grade pads the differences we need and the water to flow between the buildings. But yet still have the option to be, if we had to, get as close as 5 feet, but not very often. And the subdivision to the north the subdivision north has 0 to 15 feet. So we respectfully ask for you to rezone it according to these conditions with those 2 additions to the, or corrections to condition number 2 for the date of this plan. I don't want it to, when we come back development, I don't want to be stuck with this townhome plan. We want to stick with this plan here. And then the other condition, the setbacks. Let me just make sure that we are still preserving these areas of the site. And then here's the conditions. And then there's the style of house. That's actually in the subdivision to the north of us. That, if anybody has any questions. I also want to bring up that during our public hearings, we've never had any opposition, even when it was a townhome development. But it's been real good working with staff and Ms. Graves and Mayor Tim and the whole group. And we just respectfully ask you to grant the RSM zoning.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking in favor of this item? You can be seated. Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-001? How much time is left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes left. Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-001? Hearing none. Is there anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-001? Anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-001? 1455 Rogers Lake Road. Anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-001? Hearing none. Sir, you can claim your remaining 2 minutes if you're so inclined. Okay, thank you very much. Hearing no one else in favor or in opposition to this item, council, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing on RZ 25-001.
So moved.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to close public hearing on RZ 25-001, 1455 Rogers Lake Road. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Sign of District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Public hearing is now closed on this item. Council, any questions of the applicant, staff?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Graves.
I have a question for Ms. Cowie. I noticed on the amendment application, the proposed use still says townhome subdivision.
On the application, that's
The amended application on page, in our packet. So you might have a updated version. I'm just saying in our packet, it still state the proposed use is townhomes.
it will. When we had the discussion with the applicant, it didn't come until July the 21st that we actually amended the conditions. So it would say that, basically the applicant did, as they stated before, had 3 options. So we work with him and his team to try to get that one condition of single-family townhome. So it could be a single-family residential.
Oh, no, you're fine. And on the plan I'm looking at, I see 2 detention ponds, is that correct?
The one in this area up here will probably not be a detention pond. It'll be, now recently, in the past year and a half, the Georgia Stormwater Manual was amended, and you not only have to provide detention and water quality, but now you have to have runoff reduction. So that area will probably be an area, we haven't done our soil studies yet, but it'll probably be an area for runoff reduction, which will be either a bio retention area or an infiltration trench. It'll be some way to infiltrate the water into that area. So as far as a full detention pond, that will be handled with the larger pond in the northwest part of the parcel.
Okay. By the community garden?
In the northwest, yes, is it? In that area in the upper left-hand side.
And I think you mentioned, you wanted to reduce the setback, not the setbacks, but the space in between the homes from 10 to 15 to 5?
What we wanted on is, it said the side setback is 10 feet or 15 feet between homes. So if you do 10 feet and 10 feet, that's a total of 20 feet. So in order to get the 15 feet, what we wanted to say was 5 feet and 15 feet between the homes. Does that make sense? If you have a property line like this, and you have a 10-foot setback here and a 10-foot setback there, that's 20 feet between homes. And since it was 15 feet between homes, like the subdivision to the north, we would like the option to have like 7.5 on one side and 7.5 on the other side, or 5 on one side and 10 on the other, just enough to keep them 15 feet from each other, but still be able to have the flexibility.
You're not saying 15 on each side, you're saying 15 in total?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Anyone else?
Reverend Tim?
Councilwoman Grimes.
Mr. Bullard, how many people were at the CPIM meeting? I'm going to always ask that question. Even though there's no opposition, there's no in favor, I'm going to always ask that question. How many people came out who were sent notices in that surrounding area?
The very first meeting, we had probably about 5 or 6 that spoke. And then, but only one, I think, wrote their name down. So on record, there was really only one person there. At the second meeting, there were a lot of people here for other applications, but for our application, there was no one but us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Either the applicant or Ms. Cowie speak to the space, the green space that's reserved. How much? I heard him say 20% thereabouts. Is that a standard requirement? 20, and he meets the minimum 20. Okay. That's been validated that this is space that was usable, that's reserved, that's green space?
Yes, because that's the submission of the condition.
Okay, good. And go over the lot size again,
1,000 square feet?
6,000 square feet for the lot, and for the units, they are 1,400 square feet. All right. And you showed a sample unit from a different subdivision.
Yes, we did also submit some elevations. One of the builders is interested in building here. We did also submit that, but the one that I just showed in here, let's see if I can find it, right here. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for architectural variability. We're looking for, stone accents, and we're looking for, and this is also on the same, it's also on a 6,000-foot lot. This is actually a house to the north of us in that same subdivision, so we want to stick with.
I know, what I'm getting at is this considered a sample rendering as to what your units will look like?
Yes, sir.
And how do we lock in on that?
I think if you go look at the significant amount of,
Well, really, that question is directed to staff as to how they will hold you accountable for delivering what you have shown as a sample.
It was included in the conditions, Mayor Pro Tem, on the facade and the different types of facade that will be constructed in this subdivision. So we actually listed those with the assistance of the applicant of how these homes.
So you have something that's enforceable. That's what I'm going. Okay. Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Grimes.
just one more question. Keep me legal, Attorney Denmark. How many builders will be in this subdivision?
is it for me?
It's for you. I just want to be
Yeah,
legal.
maximum of 62 units.
No, I'm not asking about the units. I'll talk about that in just a second. How many different builders will be there to construct the units?
Oh, right now, it will be one, and we've got actually 2 or 3 that are interested. We haven't picked them yet, but I don't want a bunch of different builders. We want to be able to have a not consistent look, but a consistency throughout with this variability at the same time. You want both.
And that's why I was really asking, because we do have some things that are very specific. The interpretation of builders can be different in the same subdivision. So I was just asking that. But on the plan that's in here, it says 64, but you say 62, which is it 64 or 62?
It's 62.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it.
Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Graves.
I just want to confirm that the units will be fee simple
Yes, ma'am.
and they will, and it is double garage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Council, you have before you an ordinance for RZ 25-001. And initially, the recommendation was for denial, and I understand staff has since changed that for approval with conditions. Staff, will you read those conditions again?
Mayor Pro Tem, the conditions are as follows. With the updated information that staff recommends approval of the rezoning request and the map amendment with the following conditions. The development shall be limited to single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures not exceeding 62 lots. The proposed development shall be constructed in general conformance with conceptual site plan that was submitted by Bullock Land Planning dated for July 28th. That's in the packet and also in the presentation. So it will be dated July 28th, 2025, including as part of this rezoning application. The minimum heated floor area for each dwelling shall be 1,400 square feet. A 20-foot buffer shall be provided where the property line of the subject property adjoins the existing R100 zone property and shall be replanted to buffer standards where grading is necessary. Architectural variability It's A, distinctly different from the front facade designs shall be utilized within each phase of the development. The term distinctly different shall mean that each front for a single-family dwelling must differ from adjacent single-family dwelling front facade in at least 4 of the following 6 ways. The use of different primary exterior materials, variation in the width or height of the front facade by 4 feet or more, variation of the type, placement, or size of windows and doors on the front facade, variation in roof lines, including the use of dormers and changes in the orientation of roof lines, variation in the location of and proportion of front porches, variation in the location or proportion of garages and garage doors. No single-family dwelling shall be the same front facade design in any other single-family dwelling along the same block within 8 lots of the subject dwelling. Mirror images of the same configuration are not permitted on the same block space. No single front facade design may be used for more than 25% of the total units for the proposed single-family dwelling development. The minimum lot size shall be 6,000 square feet, and the setbacks, the front is 50 feet along Rogers Lake Road, 10 feet for the interior streets. The side is 10 feet, between 10 to 15 feet between buildings. And Mayor Pro Tem, the applicant did request that you reduce that 10 feet to 5. And the rear shall be 30 feet.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk. Hold on one
Pro Tem.
second. Have the ordinance?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just hold on one second, Councilwoman. I'll be right back with you. We're going to hear the ordinance first.
An ordinance by the mayor and city council of the city of Stonecrest, Georgia, to approve the rezoning and map amendment of property located at 1455 Rogers Lakes Road, parcel ID 16131033012, from R100 residential medium lot district to RSM small lot residential mixed district, provide severability, to provide for repeal of conflicting ordinances, to provide for an adoption and effective date, and to provide for other lawful purposes.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Graves.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know Ms. Cowie just mentioned the setbacks. But I was hoping we can leave the setbacks as stated in the conditions.
I was just making note that the applicant did request that, but again, it's up to you to make your condition.
Council, you've heard the reading of the ordinance and the amended recommendation. What is your pleasure? Councilwoman Graves?
I make a motion to approve RZ 25001, 1455 Roger Lake Road with the listed conditions as stated in the proposed application.
There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to approve ordinance for RZ 25-001, 1455 Rogers Lake Road with the stated conditions. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Starting with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is an ordinance for RZ 25-003, 2979 Klondike Road. Ms. Cowie?
The applicant is Hugh Delaney of D2 Construction Services. The request is for a rezoning and map amendment of the parcel from office institutional to medium density for an 8-unit townhome development. City of Stonecrest official zoning map has the property zoned again as office institutional. The property is currently wooded and vacant. The applicant survey that indicates that there is no wetland on the property. Again, the applicant is requesting to rezone tax parcel 16138011002, known as 2979 Klondike, from office institutional to medium density residential. Property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property were mailed notices of the proposed rezoning in May 2025. There was a community planning information meeting held on June 12th. There were 6 attendees who voiced concerns regarding the proposed development. Residents expressed apprehension about increased traffic congestion, potential spring water issues that are underground, and the absence of sidewalks. The need for road widening to accommodate adequate turning lanes, and raised concerns that the townhomes might be rented rather than owner occupied. And there were fears about potential future crime in the area and the belief that the area may be too small to support a townhome development. The future land use map has this parcel designated as urban neighborhood. Again, the zoning is office institutional. This is a current area location map. This is the site location, the conceptual plan for the 8 units. Building elevations, renderings. And the Planning Commission did recommend approval with the additional condition 8 and 9, no more than 10% of the units with the combined parcels of 2955 and 2979 Klondike Road may be rental units, and off-street parking cannot be used or converted to living spaces. Staff did recommend approval as well with the additional amended conditions. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the applicant is here if you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions before we go into public hearing?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor Cobble.
I know we have 2 technically independent cases, but isn't the next one directly related to this one? Or they impact each other?
2955 Klondike. That is a separate parcel.
You said 2955? My packet doesn't have.
5 is the townhomes that is above it. The 2979 are the current. Is that what you're asking, Mayor?
Maybe. My agenda has 2979,
It is 2979.
all 4 of them. Yeah. I have a public hearing, a rezoning for 2979, and then I have a zoning modification for 2979.
And that is correct. The zoning modification, there are 4 conditions that are on 2979,
Mhm.
and that is the second public hearing.
Okay, all right. So, yes, I'm asking that ish, I guess. The other address, 25, tell me again,
955,
2955, there we go, which is not on the agenda.
it's not on the agenda. It is a separate parcel that has already been submitted for approval for a preliminary from Mayor and City Council that was approved in May.
That is related to this.
It's not related to this.
Not at all, it's
It
not
has
connected,
the
it's not next
same-
to it, not near
It
it.
has the same owner, but this development is separate from the previous preliminary plat that was submitted for approval.
So they're not next door to each other?
They are.
Okay, let me ask the same question differently. I'm going somewhere with this because
Okay.
the 2, they're next door to each other, right?
Correct.
And they're the same owner,
Yes.
right? And so one does impact the other, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So the one that was approved back in May
What, on the preliminary?
on a preliminary
Yes.
plat,
Yes.
right? Remind us, if you will.
There was a submission of a preliminary plat for 75 townhomes on 2955 Klondike Road. The approval for that had already been previously discussed and approved, and the preliminary was the next stage for the final approval, which preliminary plats are submitted to mayor and city council for approval. That has taken place. The applicant has requested for the 2979, which we are here today to hear a rezoning request from Office Institutional to MR1 to construct also townhomes on this parcel.
Is that intended to be one large community across both parcels?
We would like for it to impact each other based on density and the use of traffic cut for traffic calming measures. So the impact would benefit both neighborhoods as far as curb cuts and transportation is concerned, but they are separate because they do have two separate zonings, so they could not be legally combined, but they can help each other.
They cannot be legally combined, but we do anticipate that if 2979 were approved, that this would, for all intents and purposes, be one development. Right? Not technically, I know where you're going, for all intent and purpose to the naked eye driving by, this would look like one development.
It would look like one development driving by.
Okay, but on our paperwork, it will be two separate parcels with two different plats that will be companions to each other. At least that's what we're asking.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Be patient with me, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't think everybody knew that May's project is related to July's project.
Proximity.
Mm-hmm. You'll catch it when we go down the line.
Yeah.
When you get to that zoning modification, it's gonna settle. Okay, thank you.
That's it. All right. Any other questions or comments before we open the floor for public hearing? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to open the floor for public hearing on RZ 25-003-2979 Klondike Road.
So moved.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to open the floor for public hearing on RZ 25-003-2979 Klondike Road. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Starting with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The floor is now open for public hearing on RZ 25-003-2979 Klondike Road. Would the applicant please come forward to speak in favor of this item?
Good evening. How's everybody doing? My name is Hugh Delaney. I live at in Knightdale, Georgia, 2245 Knightdale, North Carolina, 27545. I'm sorry, I said Georgia, but North Carolina. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. Again, it's 8 townhomes located on Klondike Road. It will be companioned to the adjacent property. I think it's good for both projects. Allows for a good community flow. And so we are here to request that this rezoning be approved. It is 8 units. It does fit within density, and I feel like it actually relates more to the future land use. The other reason is it's currently zoned OI, which is where it's situated is kind of like a spot zoning. It's kind of sitting there. There's residential all around it, and it's just this 1 acre lot that's sitting around a bunch of residential units. So it's more of a spot zoning the way that it is. I think it'd just be more economically feasible for the owner to to change this so that he can have better economic use out of the property. Right now, it's just kind of sitting in, it appears to be a spot zoning as it is right now. Really doesn't fit in with the properties around it. Those are the main reasons that I am asking for the rezoning approval.
Thank you. How much time remains? 9 minutes. Thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-003?
Dave Marcus, 6501 Rockland Road in Stonecrest. As the gentleman said, right now it's office industrial. And while I may not love townhomes, I love them a heck of a lot more there than I would like to see somebody building offices. So I am in favor of it being approved. I would like to see it go through, so I have a concern, which is that while I have not read the zoning ordinances regarding this lately, the city is required to post a sign on the frontage of the property. And I believe the city is required to keep that sign active as long as this is in play. That is until it's finally approved or rejected by the council. The signs are still there, but they're in invisible ink. And I think it's very arguable as to whether the continued notification that the ordinances anticipate is being done by the city. And in the context for that, the city's ordinances require that property owners within 1,000 feet be notified. Now, I've never liked that because that means that fewer than half of Stonecrest residents will ever hear about something from the city through a formal notification because we are slightly over 50% renters. And renters are residents. Some of them are long-term. They indirectly pay taxes. They contribute to the local economy, and they are, I would hope, valued residents by the city and the council. For this particular property, which is pretty much across the street from Wesley Providence apartment homes, there would have been one notice that went out to the out-of-state company, and the hundreds of residents there would not have gotten any opportunity either from the continuing signage or from any notification above and beyond what is legally required, so that they would not know necessarily, unless they found it out on the dreaded internet, of CPIM or indeed of this hearing. And I'm concerned because I want this to go through, that somebody might challenge the actions tonight. This is a legal question. It's one I don't know the answer to, but it feels a hair problematic that the required sign has been left out, but the required words on the sign are no longer there. And I do understand that the city has acquired a stock of new signs that will not fade, but is waiting to use up the old ones before deploying those. And I would suggest that maybe just throwing out the ones that don't work too long might be a good idea, but that's another subject. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else speaking in favor of this item, RZ 25-003? Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-003? Madam City Clerk, how much time remains? 6 minutes of favor. Thank you very much. Is there anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-003?
Dave Marcus.
No, that was. Oh, okay. All right. First speaker was supposed to be Mr. Dave Marcus. Are you withdrawing your? He withdrew his opposition. Okay. Ms. Schofield, come on.
My concern is this. I've seen the property that they're getting ready to build. It's pretty much short, just after you turn off of, I think, off of Mall Parkway. We didn't get to see a map. I know that on the 3rd of July, starting, and this is what bothers me with developers. On the 3rd of July, starting at about maybe sometime in the afternoon, it went on after dark, they started taking down the trees. And that was the day before a holiday. So of course, nobody could call and find out what was going on or how far back they were going to take down the trees. As you know, Klondike is a pretty much heavily wooded street. And like Evans Mill, it's the pride of our community because it is such a nice street. Now, I have trouble with developers coming in here with stock pictures. And the reason I have a problem with stock pictures is because that's not what they're going to build. Those are the same from the appearance of those. Those are the same townhouses that they built on, I think it's Acufy. That's how you pronounce it, right there where Miller Road turns and goes around to get over to Snapfinger Woods. That's what it is. Most townhouses now are being built with garages to the rear. To build these 8 additional townhouses, they're already building, 70-something there. And that will cause a problem because you have the commercial development right next door. And so when you come off of Klondike, you're on a 1-lane road with just a turn into the commercial development. Then you've got the apartments across the street. They have a little bit of a turn in. But I just say we have to be careful with these townhouses because, like I said earlier, a lot of these townhouses are being built, and they're being built telling you that they're going to be sold to individuals, but then they're block sold to developers who in turn, I guess you would say corporations, who in turn rent them. So we have a serious problem with that. And this area, which is, I forgot the name of the subdivision that it backs up to, it's single-family homes. So now you're going around. So I just think we need to see something a little bit better. And I can't understand what the need is for these 8 additional townhouses. It looks like you're taking, and I think the mayor was correct, this is one project. And if it's one project, it should have come in here as one project. Because what it appears you're doing is you're taking the buffer either from the houses or you're taking the buffer from the commercial side, or don't forget that this is very close to the walking trail. And I believe the walking trail is in back of it. How close is it? Because, the walking trail comes out. That was the problem with the commercial development. The walking trail comes out in the middle of the block between Evans Mill and Klondike. So I can't understand this need for these additional 8 units. And I can't tell him what to build or how to build it, but these look like these look like townhouses that will become rental units very shortly, if not almost immediately. And also, I have one question. Are townhomes in Stonecrest required for each townhome to have their own individual water meter? And that might sound petty, but when you have townhouses that are on one basic water meter and people are, having to pay through the association, if you notice, that's the first thing that causes townhouses to go. Is that the water bill doesn't get paid by the association, and then the owners get stuck with a bill, and it's a whole bunch of mess. If you are going to build a townhouse with the intention of it being a permanent home with a 30-year mortgage, then it should also have, like single-family homes, its own water meter. It has its own electricity, and it has its own gas if there's gas on the property. So it should be a requirement that every townhome have its own individual water. And that prevents a lot of the problem. That was one of the things that happened at Camelot, which was one of the premier developments. It also happened at Rue Fontaine and all these other associations that people don't pay the association or whatever doesn't pay the water bill, and then you have a problem. But I'm opposed to this because it looks like it's just going to be another, as someone said earlier, rental, and it's taking away the green space. And that area, don't forget, is our lead in to Arabian Mountain. And what they did with the trees, how they just came through there pretty much in the middle of the night and took down the trees, that gave me an indication of what type of development they were going to do, because they had all day the 3rd of July to start taking down those trees. So anyway, I'm opposed to it, and I think that we need to at least have a mandate that townhouses have good buffers and they have good garages to the back. A good example of townhouses are the townhouses, if we want to be in Stonecrest, are the ones right there on Rock Springs. When you go down Rock Springs towards Panola Road, you can't see those townhouses from, I think you know what you're talking about. You come around the bend, you pass Mr. Hilson's house, that big house at the end of the block. And then I think it's called Farrington Coves or something like that. They left a nice buffer out there. No one knows what they look like once you get inside. But that's one of my concerns. My other concern is that you make townhouses have at least three lanes inside, because you need to have emergency access in and out. And if people are parked on the street, you can't get emergency access. But my thing right now is the water, so that they don't become apartments, and the denial, because, you know, he knew. I mean, he owns both pieces. He knew what he was going to do with both pieces. And it kind of makes you mad when these developers come in here with these little slick plans and trying to do things through back doors. So that's just my position on it. But, you know, you guys do what you want to do.
Thank you very much. Right, quickly, I think we forgot to get your name and address, although we know it,
Okay.
for the record.
My name is Faye Cofield. My address is 3261 Chaparral Way.
Thank you very much.
And I'm pretty much kind of near this because of the way. I think you guys ought to one day get in a helicopter. I'm not trying to be funny, but get in a helicopter and go across Stonecrest, and you'll see that a lot of us are closer to the freeway and closer to these projects than you think we are, because of the layout of the land and the layout of the way the freeway runs.
Thank you very much. How much time is left? 2 minutes. Anyone else speaking in opposition to this item, RZ 25-003? Yes, ma'am.
Name is not on the list, but since we're talking about it,
Give us your name and address. And
my
pull
name
the
is
mic.
Gloria Etheridge, and I live at 6782 Arabian Terrace, Stonecrest, and I'm in the Arabian Woods subdivision where this is going to take place. Okay, now I was here at the previous meetings, and we tried to get them to even delay. One of our spokespersons tried to get them to delay, but that didn't go over. And I want to say, in addition to everything else, that traffic is horrendous there. Coming out of Arabian Terrace onto Klondike, you got to pull out in the middle of the street to make a left turn or a right turn. Additionally, the water flow is heavy there. It just pours right on the side. And people are coming through there, cutting through Arabian Terrace like 100 miles an hour where they're flying through there. When you go to the mailbox, you gotta run back from the side of the road because people coming through there so fast. And then in the opposite end, you have that is Woodrow Drive. We take our lives into our hands every time we come out of our subdivision, going out of Woodrow Drive or coming out onto Klondike, because the traffic is so bad and people are so disrespectful when they come through our subdivision. Years ago, we were supposed to maintain a buffer. Someone was supposed to check into that. I haven't heard anything back from them. But I just want to express my opinion because we are being impacted by this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How much time is left? 1 minute. Anyone else speaking in opposition to this item? Anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-003? Hearing none, how much time is left for rebuttal? 3 minutes. Sir, if you wish to rebut anything that's been said, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, there were a couple of things that I wanted to address. One, there is a 50-foot buffer between the property, Arabian Terrace, and this project. So there's definitely a 50-foot buffer. There was also concern that was mentioned about the bike path that's in the rear. Again, that's incorporated into a separate development, so it would not impact this one. And I think the other question is definitely with the traffic calming by comparing these, kind of putting these things to, comparing them together so that when you're coming through, it just kind of allows for better flow, traffic flow from that onto Klondike, or if they should choose to go in a different direction. So I think back into the, the property that's adjacent. So I think those are some of the major concerns that people have. I know that there's decel lanes to different areas that are there, whether it's the apartments or above when you go over the hill. So those are some of the things that I know that people have concern for, but I think that this project would not greatly impact any additional traffic there. It's 8 units. Again, it's on 1 acre, but we are definitely concerned. And then she addressed something about the water. And again, we have detention there. So I think that we looked at those issues, and we had our engineer also take a look at those things that directly address the development. So that's the last things I really wanted to say to address those questions.
And you are?
My name is Cordell Lyons. I'm the owner of the property.
And you coming to rebut what's been said?
Yeah.
Come on, yes, sir.
One final thing he didn't address. Concern about the water meters. Each townhome will have their own water meter. It's one thing I want to make sure that we made clear. Okay?
Thank you very much. It is rebuttal. And council will entertain a motion to close public hearing on this item.
So moved. Second.
Been probably moved in second to close public hearing on RZ 25-003, 2979 Klondike Road. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Starting with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Public hearing is now closed on this item. Council, questions, comments of the applicant or the staff?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor Cobble.
I'm gonna start with staff. I'm going to jump again to, I'm gonna jump to the zoning modification really quickly. I'm gonna ask a question about it. I don't know if this is staff or legal or both. If the zoning modification is not approved, does that impact the ability to develop the property? Does that impact the project? I want to ask you, does that impact the rezoning, but that's not in your hands, that's in their hands. That's in their hands. So, right. So if the zoning modification is not approved, does that impact the ability to complete the development? The 8 townhome? No.
Because this is a rezoning request. So the conditions, the zoning modification are the 4 conditions that are listed on this current property known as 2979 and the removal of them. That's a different public hearing, but the rezoning request is the impact. Now, if you do not approve, if that's a decision to not approve the rezoning request, then the property will still be office institutional with the list of permitted uses for development.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand that part. I'm just curious if the rezoning were to be approved, but the zoning modification to be denied, does the zoning modification then not allow the project to be developed?
No, it would be, and basically, the conditions that are listed, the 4 conditions, are the conditions that staff would have recommended for the parcels. for the traffic concerns and the, to provide some traffic calming conditions for the property. So we saw that the conditions that were listed, not speaking out of, you know, one turn or not, that would be beneficial for this parcel as well.
And now let me ask legal a question. The DeKalb code, and I haven't looked recently, the DeKalb code, if I'm not mistaken, has an expiration on plats, site plans. What I want to say is 2 years, 2 or 3 years. If the county's conditions, if the conditions that are on this property were put on there by the county, and let's say that, so the city is 7 years old, so I would imagine short of the county's code being a 7-year expiration, would that mean that these conditions and that on this plat or site plan would now be expired?
No. The conditions follow the parcel, not to speak out of turn for legal.
Yeah, I mean, I know, and usually, sure, the conditions exist as long as until the rezoning, I guess. Yeah, I'm not asking that because of this condition number 1. The approval is based on the submitted site plan. So if there was a submitted site plan and that site plan has expired, would the conditions have not expired along with it?
I don't think so, Madam Mayor. I believe that those conditions would even survive that. I mean, I think that's just kind of a support for the conditions, but you have to look back at the circumstances that were prevailing at that time, and those conditions would survive.
Okay. All right. So the zoning modification does not impact the ability for the development to continue, should the rezoning be approved?
The conditions
I'm sorry, right.
or the rezoning?
No, not the rezoning. Okay. That's it for now.
I have a question for legal, right quick. The issue raised about the signage being visible for a certain number of days in the event the sign falls down, is removed, or is not clearly visible. Does that negate the rezoning and force us to go back and make a do-over, or how does that work?
Potentially, I mean, I think there would have to be something more than what we've heard today. I mean, I think that you have to operate on the premise that the applicant and staff complied with the zoning procedures law in terms of posting information on the property. And I've heard nothing that suggests otherwise. Someone's saying that it didn't. I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. I mean, I would query our own staff in the applicant, and if they say that the property was adequately posted, I don't see how we deviate from that.
Staff, you have evidence that the property was adequately posted for the required amount of time?
When the property is advertised, we do take a picture during the initial posting. The posting of the property is the responsibility of the applicant, and the applicant is, during that time, required to make sure that the postings are up and visible at all times. During that period, we also know that things do happen. Right-of-ways are mowed and signs can be displaced. So we take it upon the applicant and ourselves when we do site visits to make sure that, oh, we see that a sign is posted, and it could be on any given day that the writing may not be visible, but if it's on one of our days, of course, we would address it.
To your knowledge?
The signs have been posted adequately.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it doesn't mean that the wind didn't blow it down for 15 minutes on one particular day. Generally, the law is going to look at it, was there substantial compliance? It doesn't mean perfect compliance every second during that period, but substantial compliance. And I've not heard anything that would suggest that there was not.
Okay. We have the one citizen that suggested that it was not. Anyone else? Okay, then let's move on. Anyone else with questions or comments? But let me just say that perhaps we can address that in the ordinance rewrite. I know I'm jumping out of this lane, but when we do that, when we rewrite the codes or whatever, we address that. Now, anything else on this case? Councilwoman Grimes.
I hadn't said it all the way out yet, but okay. So on page 19, because I'm in my own head, I have some other questions, but on page 19 of our packet, under the Planning Commission's recommendation of July the 1st, number 8, whereas these two addresses have been presented individually. Now here is a condition that puts them together and combine them. Help me be okay with that process, even though they've been presented as two different pieces.
I will present the information to you. The applicant has stated that there will be a joint homeowners association for the 2955 parcel, along with the 2979 Klondike Road parcel. Instead of the separation, because a traffic calming measure and recommendation has been recommended that we use the internal street from 2955 to address some of the traffic concerns, to not have another curb cut in front of the 2979 Klondike parcel.
Okay, Pen, legal, make sure I stay legal. Why would this have not been presented as one project in May? Can I ask that question? Okay.
What? During that time, there was a request, a rezoning request for both parcels, but it was recommended that they are individual parcels based on their uses. And we will go back to what the mayor had stated before about the zoning modifications and the conditions that are located on this one parcel.
So because this side had something and the other side didn't have it, we better do it as two, but we really know it's one. And then when we get ready to do what we're gonna do, we're gonna call it one.
And you're gonna still call it two developments that will share uses. Because technically, again, you cannot combine these two parcels. There are two separate zonings. So legally, they will not be able to combine. But because of the proximity that they are together, you can use their resources to assist with diminishing some of the, again, the traffic or the concerns that some of the residents have for rental, et cetera.
I'll stop. Thank you.
Please ask again, Councilwoman Grimes, if you have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Fye.
I have a couple of questions for the applicant.
Yes.
So a couple of things. One, what is the need for the 8 units themselves for that specific plot to be developed? What's the addition of developing 75 and then adding 8 more?
As was stated earlier, we wanted to do this as one project. But we were informed legally we couldn't combine the projects together. So they were asking, why don't we try to do it one the first time? We couldn't. And so we went with the 75 units, and now we're trying to do it with 8 units. Thing is, I have an acre, and right now, I can't do anything with it. I can't leave the project. I'm trying to bring tax revenue to the city, as well as I've had this dealing with this project for a long time. Get it developed. It's the ultimate goal.
Okay. And under office institutional, I know that we have several uses. You didn't think an urban garden would be useful. Anything else? Anything would be able to be done?
Want me to be honest right now?
Yeah, you can be
There's
honest.
A lot of money tied up in that project over the years. And my goal was to at least try to break even. I'm a long ways from that right now.
Honesty is the best policy, sir. And finally, and I hate to go back to the sign question. I did notice on Saturday that the sign was not down, but some of the ink was illegible, and I did point that out. Was that taken care of?
So when I went out and looked at the sign, the one that was adjacent to the road was fine. The one that was on the far side, I could not read it, and I didn't know all the information that was on it. So I tried to correct it. The one in the front was fine, so I re-erected that, put it to the front. The other one, I couldn't even read the zoning case on it. So that's honestly what happened, and that was on Saturday when we talked. And so Sunday, we was not out there, and then today, I didn't get to that part of it, but I did take the sign, I did put it back up. I went and looked at the other one. I just I couldn't read it either. And so in one day, I didn't have a chance to get a new sign. So I called LDI to see if I could get that one duplicated. They said they couldn't do it for me today.
Okay, and legal, because that one day, we're still good on pursuing based on that information?
It becomes a balancing act, Councilman Fye. I mean, if you believe that based on what's been presented in the record this evening, that the public was not put on adequate notice, then you would be entitled to say so and act accordingly. But the purpose of a public hearing is for you to gather that information and to make a determination based on the weight that you attribute to the particular items of evidence. Now, this is something different than what I heard previously. So now when you starts to add up, I mean, in the cumulative weight of it all, but that's a decision for this council to make on whether or not, based on what you've heard, the notice to the public was adequate.
And Director Cowie, do you have an example of maybe one of the mail notices that we sent out to one of the people, with some of the folks?
For this particular project or a notice period? I did not bring this particular notice.
But applicant did send those out.
Actually, to confirm, Councilman Fye, we have had a robust conversation from the community planning information meeting to the planning commission meeting of discussions for this parcel. We understand that some of our applicants may have misunderstood this rezoning request for the current parcel that has a approved preliminary plat on it. So we had to actually explain the difference between the parcels at the last meeting, the planning commission meeting. So there have been attendees at the community planning information meeting as well as the planning commission meeting.
So residents in the area were properly notified, had due time to attend, and gave feedback.
The first meeting for any rezoning request, additional, anything that deals with the zoning or map amendments, go before planning, the community planning information meeting. That's a one-on-one meeting with the applicant and the residents in the area. And we've had, just like Mr. Bullard from the 1455 said he was there. There was no one to speak on his project because they were there for 2979 Klondike. And just in addition, during those meetings, just for the record, none of our applicants or the residents that participated stated to us that the sign was not erected properly or that was
Ineligible.
Ineligible. Thank you, Councilman Fye.
Illegible.
Let's not.
To read.
I am a proud graduate of DeKalb County Schools. I'm a proud graduate. So
they did state that they were able to read the signs, they read the notices, and they did attend the meeting.
absolutely, and that's the exact answer I needed. To the applicant, will there be, and just as standard procedure, sidewalks will be placed in touch of there? I did trip on some red clay. I tripped on red clay.
Yes, so there will be sidewalks running along the frontage and also on the interior where the roads are. So there will be sidewalks, planting strips, and the normal curb and gutter. So the answer to that is yes.
Excellent. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? This comes with a recommendation from staff for approval with modifications. Speak to the modifications again.
Staff did recommend approval with the following conditions: that the applicant must provide documentation demonstrating that existing utilities, including water, sewer, and stormwater systems, have adequate capacity to support the proposed development. If deficiencies are identified, the applicant shall propose necessary upgrades. The applicant shall implement measures to protecting existing natural resources, including maintaining appropriate buffers and preserving mature trees where feasible. A 50-foot buffer with existing and new trees shall be maintained along the property's boundaries to minimize visual and environmental impact on adjacent properties. The development shall include provisions for pedestrian connectivity, such as sidewalks or pathways, to enhance accessibility and promote walkability within the community. The applicant shall adhere to the city's architectural designs to ensure that the development is aesthetically compatible with the surrounding area. The applicant shall include a percentage of reasonably priced housing units within the development to promote socioeconomic diversity and meet community needs. And 7 and 8, no more than 10% of the units combined with the parcels of 2955 and 2979 Klondike may be rental units, and off-street parking cannot be used or converted to living space.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk, Madam Deputy City Clerk.
An ordinance by the mayor and city council of the city of Stonecrest, Georgia, to amend the map and rezone property located at 2979 Klondike Road, parcel ID 1613801-002 from Office Institutional District to MR1 Medium Density Residential for a proposed townhome development to provide severability, to repeal conflicting ordinances, to provide for an adoption and effective date, and to provide for other lawful purposes.
Thank you very much. Council, you have before you an ordinance, RZ 25-003, 2979 Klondike Road, with a recommendation of approval from staff with modification. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Cobble.
Yield to Mayor Cobble.
I'm sorry, Councilman Five, you were gonna put a motion on the floor. I have a quick question under the conditions. The condition number 6. The applicant shall include a percentage of affordable housing units. That seems arbitrary. That could be 1%. What was the intent there?
To provide affordable housing.
Is there a quota on that? Can we? I just don't know. Can we set a quota?
You can, sure. I'm just curious. I mean, if you're going to put a condition to require affordable housing, why would you just say percentage? Why wouldn't we name a percentage? I mean, it kind of seems arbitrary, right?
Well, we were seeking the additional feedback from council. If they had a recommendation, we will agree.
I'm just curious. I think if you're serious about including affordable housing, you don't just say a percentage. Because I don't know that 1% would meet a goal of our affordable housing or promoting socioeconomic diversity if you just say percentage. And then we go further and at condition 8 and say, and oh, by the way, no more than 10% of the combined project can be rentals. And then we say, pick a number for socioeconomic diversity. Just saying.
Okay. So
This doesn't make us look serious about meeting a goal. That's all.
if that's a wish of council, you can add it as a condition, but Thank you for your comment.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Grimes.
I don't normally follow behind the mayor to ask more about what she just said, but on number 7, if we have the, if we combine the parcels on number 8, should we have that listed as, that concerns me, that combined piece. Should that be the same then for number 7? That the affordable piece, because you wouldn't want to have just one over on the 8 side and none over on the 75 side. So should we have that as a combined piece with consistency?
That is your desire?
That's my desire. That's not my district, but that's my desire, Councilwoman Graves. The one that says, on here where it says number 8, and where is number 1? Where number 1 go to? That has already been satisfied?
Well, number 1 was previously stated as the applicant shall submit a comprehensive traffic study. Again, during the planning commission meeting, the deferral was under the notion that staff will work with the applicant to try to satisfy some of the traffic concerns. And some of the traffic concerns were some of the projects that the city currently has in its comprehensive plan for bike pedestrian projects and intersection improvement projects in that area.
So number 1 just doesn't exist for them? Because it.
Correct, both.
Because of what you said, yes, okay, all right. So Councilwoman Graves, what I was saying was, like number 8, the number 8 that's on our page, it says no more than 10% of the units combined parcels. I'd like for that to say on number 7, the applicant shall include whatever percentage combined parcels versus just it being for this 8. That makes sense? Okay, thank you.
Get your mic there. Get your mic.
The covenants,
Wouldn't that be through the HOA, not necessarily through the city?
which they have actually submitted, and those conditions can be included per the applicant and the agreement with mayor and city council for that condition to be placed in the covenant.
How do you define reasonable?
How do you, let's ask the applicant.
All right. Applicant? There's a question before you.
I can't really answer that question. The builder.
Say that again?
I'm not the builder. I'm just doing the development. The builder, I can't tell you what he can say as far as, excuse me?
How are you? Joe Mosca. I work for Ryan Holmes. My address is 5707 Peachtree Parkway, Norcross, Georgia. I never thought that this was going to come up, and so I apologize. I have to run different numbers in order to give you a percentage that would work for us on our end. So I do apologize. One thing I do want to talk about, though, real quickly while I'm up here is one of the rebuttals was about rental restrictions, and we're not going to rent these units. We put a rental restriction already in place, and that was one of the conditions. So I did want to talk to that. But as far as number of affordable units, and I guess my question to the city is, what is an affordable unit? So then this way I can determine if we could do them or not do them. So my apologies.
In your everyday, in other projects that you've done with Ryan, do you have a formula that you use? Do you have a?
I've never done one like this with the affordable component. Me personally, I'm sure Ryan has throughout the United States, but none of my time here in Charlotte or Atlanta have we had to do that. No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Wait.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question for the developer. You said you work for Ryan Development? Ryan Homes?
Yes, I actually am the builder. So Mr. Lyons here would be the development team, and then we come in and we build the home, we sell and build the homes.
And these homes will have double garage or single garage?
Single garage.
Single garage.
One car garage.
Anything else, Councilwoman Graves?
That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Cobble?
Director Q, since you just heard that the covenant paperwork is already submitted that eliminates the rental units altogether,
The 10%,
would you even need condition number 8? If the documentation's already submitted for the covenant that they will not be rental? Well, the covenant paperwork has been submitted that says these will not be rented.
if the applicant is stating for the record that there will be no rental units in the development, then condition number 7 will be satisfied with amending the condition that staff has written that no units in the development will be rental. Oh, see.
My apologies, I may have misspoke. I would like to, we'd like to keep it at 10% can be rentals. We're not going to rent any of them. We're going to sell them all. The reason we want 10% rentals, if there's a future homeowner that has to move for whatever reason, maybe it's a military member who has to move or the job transfer, we would like 10% to be. So that would minimize it pretty much completely.
Understood.
And that would then be run through the HOA.
Right, understood. The,
Basically, that condition would stay.
yeah, I mean, because it's not for the builder, it's for a future owner, right? Which is understandable why you would put it in the covenant that way. I want to go back to, and I know Councilwoman Grimes asked the builder about what defines reasonable. But I do think it would have been incumbent upon the city to define what it means for affordable housing for our community and what that percentage should have been. And then that language would have been differently. I do not think that was incumbent upon the builder. I think the city should have stated what, I mean, we know what affordable housing is for the city. We have that definition. And we should know what our goal is to promote socioeconomic diversity. So I think that we should have set a percentage. But I still stand by just saying a percentage here. I think just doesn't, we don't look serious about trying to meet that goal. And I'm not sure how anybody satisfies that. Right? And we're just saying a percentage.
It could be based on the price range. The applicant did give us the price range of the homes, and they were again.
Market changes all the time, but as of right now, we're thinking the interior units would be approximately $299. Exterior units would be $310, $315. That all kind of changes over time. Like, we're not going to start selling these homes for probably 24 months or maybe a little less than that. So market conditions dictate that, whether it be interest rates or just market in general. So,
And the tariffs don't help.
there's a lot of factors out there, correct?
Okay. I mean, I just stated my case, Mayor Pro Tem. It's up to the council to do whatever.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Graves?
To piggyback off the mayor, reasonable price homes, I mean, I know we set the standard, but it also depends on what the developer plan to develop. So it depends on what he's offering, 1-car garage, 2-car garage, stone, brick, siding. So it all depends on what he's offering to the buyer. So that price range could vary.
Okay, you're waiting for,
So basically, the plan has already been set for the 75 homes. You're just asking for the rezoning for the property for the additional 8. Got it. Thank you.
okay. There are no other questions. We'll entertain a motion for action.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Grimes.
It's not a question, it's a statement. Please be clear for the record that I was not asking Mr. from Ryan Homes to tell the city of Stonecrest what they should give as a number. I was asking for the historical data in his experience as a builder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, you've heard the reading of the ordinance and you heard suggestions for modification. What is your pleasure?
Yes, you waiting on me?
Someone to make a motion and someone to second it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Graves.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance for RZ 25003, 2979 Klondike Road rezoning with the stated conditions.
Chair seconds. It's been probably moved in second to approve RZ 25-003, 2979 Klondike Road with stated conditions. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will signify by saying nay. Starting with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is RZ 25-002, 2979 Klondike Road.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is ZM 25002. The request is to amend the approved conditions placed on the site known as 2979 Klondike Road to construct an 8-unit townhome development. As we have reviewed, this property has a future land use designation of urban neighborhood. Again, the zoning map has this parcel zoned as office institutional. This is an aerial location map. And as discussed before, this is the previous master plan for Klondike Station at Stonecrest. The outline parcel are the 8 parcels that was needing the rezoning for the previous, that has just been approved for the rezoning request from office institutional to, I'm sorry. The previous 4, these are the 4 conditions. The 4 conditions with approval is based on the submitted site plan. Access is restricted to the internal roadways of the development to the north of the project site. No curb access from the site to Klondike Road will be permitted, and a 20-foot landscape strip buffer along Klondike Road is required to screen the parking areas from view. And again, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and City Council, I'm gonna go back again to the parcel, the conceptual site plan that was approved previously with the zoning conditions. As outlined in the yellow, this is where the current O&I parcel is located. And it was situated with the additional, the layout, the conceptual part of the layout of 2955 is above this parcel. Again, the applicant is here. Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and City Council, if you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments before we go into public hearing?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor Cobble.
I have a question for the applicant, and I have a question for
Okay, I would like for
you want me
them to make their presentation first.
staff.
No, council and staff in public hearing.
Okay, I can ask Director Q, maybe she might know. I didn't want to eat up your public comment time by asking my question to the applicant, but let me just ask you first, and if you don't know, then I'll wait for the public hearing. Is this the same owner
Yes.
from the prior county condition?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And okay, I'll wait for the applicant to ask the rest of my question.
Okay. Anyone else question before we go into public hearing? Keep in mind that the applicant may well answer your questions when he makes his presentation. Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to open the floor for public hearing on RZ 25-002.
So moved.
It's been probably moved in second to open the floor for public hearing on RZ 25-002. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Start with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5. Motion carries 5-0. The floor is now open for public hearing on RZ 25-002. Those speaking in favor of this motion, including the applicant, may come forward.
Once again, speaking on this parcel, the conditions that are currently on this parcel, the reason I feel like they need to be removed, again, it was attached to a project that was 16 years ago, and it was conditioned based on that, the parcel that's above there, that on the screen, of the project that's above, it was conditioned based on that project being approved. Now, typically, when plats are put in, they usually are good for 2 years or so, somewhere around there. And so that project and that submittal that was submitted to the county expired. And these conditions were tied to that property. By those conditions being tied to that property, those conditions would not count toward this property. They're two different projects. And so for that reason, we feel like the conditions should be removed. That's number one. Number two, by tying it again to this property, so now we've had it, the rezoning approved, it's now gonna restrict this property even further, because it's now gonna reduce the economic ability of the property, but then it also keeps closes the ability to get on the Klondike. So now this property doesn't have an exit on the Klondike if you keep these conditions. So those are, to me, are the two main reasons that it should be removed. The conditions should not apply any longer. One, based on time. Two is based on a project that was 16 years ago approved by the county. And number three, the conditions now, or even before then, will restrict the property because one, it's zone, office, and institutional. And the spot zoning to me is also a very big deal. So now that we've taken care of that, and now we have the zoning that we need, we just think it's more feasible to remove those conditions because again, they apply to a project that, I mean, it was 16 years ago, and that project was never built. So we feel like those conditions should be removed, and we just ask that you, consider those things in your decision.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-002, 2979 Klondike Road?
Again, my name is Cordell Lyons. I guess to me, it's real simple. I don't do a lot of this, but we have property that we plan on building something, but we have no way to get off of the property with those conditions as they are today. But right now, we can build something, but we can't get off the property. And that's why I think the conditions needs to be removed. Because right now, whether we did office or townhomes, you can't get off the property based on the conditions.
Thank you very much. Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-002? Anyone else speaking in favor of RZ 25-002, 2979 Klondike Road? Hearing none. Is there anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-002? Anyone speaking in opposition to RM 25-002, 2979 Klondike Road? Anyone speaking in opposition to RZ 25-002? Hearing none, how much time is left for rebuttal? 7 minutes. Sir, if you wish to use the remainder of your time, add anything? Hearing none, council will entertain a motion to close public hearing on RZ 25-002.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman Fye,
I move to close public hearing for ordinance for ZM 25-002, 2979 Klondike Road.
Second.
it is properly moved in second to close public hearing on ZM 25-002. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Start with District 1.
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Public hearing is now closed on this matter. At this time, council and mayor, you have an opportunity to interact with staff and the applicant.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Let's go with Councilman Fye.
So for the applicant, can you describe how, since these projects are effectively connected, what prevents you from exiting the previous, from exiting this new development? There's a right of, there's entrance and exit into the 2955. So what prevents you from exiting this one?
We have two issues we have to address.
Mhm.
If If we couldn't exit off Klondike
Do you
Road,
need, sorry, do you need the map?
yes.
If,
Can you, Ms. Cobb, can you help him get the map back up? Oh, there we go.
oh, thank you.
Just point at.
Okay, now you can come back to the mic now, okay.
Even with the cul-de-sac, the fire department won't approve that. They have to have a thoroughfare to go through for emergencies. So what we're proposing is, we need the exit off of Klondike Road, but make it so it's a right turn only. We want everyone that's on those 8 units, we're talking about putting an easement to 2955, so they can go to the entrance on 2955 to go out, to eliminate some of the traffic.
So it's right lane out. And you get in through 2955. Which brings me back to my question, why can't you just exit out of 2955?
The problem is, DeKalb County will not approve just a half street.
Okay.
That's the real issue. It's the fire department.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, I'm understanding. I'm just,
But
Anything,
it's
Mr.
about,
Fry?
you would have to build less units.
Probably couldn't get hardly any units because of the round. It takes.
hold on. It's,
Mr. Foster has the floor.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Fry.
hmm. Mayor Pro Tem, I withdraw.
All right, I believe Mayor Cabo was next.
He
Councilman
pretty much
Graves?
answered the question, I just wanted to know if a roundabout was there, how many units could you build outside of the 8?
Real problem we run into, because we couldn't combine the properties, that was a hindrance. Tried to move it around. Doesn't work.
That's right.
Yes, I am, thank you.
Mayor Cabo?
She already knew. Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fry?
For the 20-foot buffer, can you explain that one for me?
You're talking about the buffer between this property and Arabian Terrace?
Yes.
It's actually a 50-foot buffer. So it runs.
Oh, I apologize. I had in my notes it was 20. I apologize.
Yes, it's actually 50.
All right, I withdraw, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mayor Cabo?
So if the zoning modifications are not approved, or I guess I should say it differently, the recommendation is for denial. If the city council were to agree with the denial, what would you have to do here? So essentially, you could not build the project. I swore I asked that question earlier already. Okay.
Well, the reason why I say there's nothing to be done, because once again, with the fire department requirements, I can't do anything. If they were still under OI, if you can't get off Klondike, you still got the fire department issue. And I learned it the hard way with that original hammerhead that somebody informed me we needed to get rid of.
Director Q, hang on, Mr. Owner. Come here, Director Q. It's like Law and Order right here. So your defense. Yeah.
As we did state that the applicant will be able to, construct the 8 townhomes, not as they would like to not have an additional curb cut. Separately, there is a road that is required per 75 units to have road access. These 8 units, we're again trying to deter traffic on Klondike. So we're asking that they use, as the condition stated, the internal access from 2955, if it was this development, as conceptually submitted during that time. They were seeking a rezoning request before for both parcels, but it was advised that they did not have to rezone based on the historical part of the 2955 parcel, which left them out to construct the in part, which the units could not be combined together. So if they do construct the 8 units, they would have road access, but road access will not again have an exit off from the 8 units to Klondike. It will be a right turn out. They will only enter through 2955, which is the top parcel, where the entrances and the exit will basically stay the same, but the highlighted area will be a road for the internal traffic, but the access can be done from 2955 at the top in a one-way out or right turn only lane, right turn from the 8 units onto Klondike. I hope I cleared.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so, but you, Director Q, don't see a fire department issue like the applicant has stated?
Not for, well, of course, I'm not the fire department that will actually have to review this preliminary before we actually submit it.
Right.
But at this time, we do not see an issue for the access, for the internal access for fire to get there, and even from the right turn out of Klondike because of the lower level
Okay.
of curb cuts.
Let me hear why the applicant thinks there's gonna be a fire department issue.
I think we're kind of confusing things. My understanding, are you saying we're gonna be allowed to exit right on Klondike Road out of the 2979? Right. Which, if that's the case.
Which is what you described just a second ago, right?
Right, but it sounded earlier, we couldn't get off still again, but if that's the case, we're fine. Those are things that we had discussions about, how can we improve that? And those are one of the things that I thought we had agreed upon, so.
Yeah, hence my confusion, because I swore that you all just said the same thing, but yet we're fighting about the condition. Yeah, so what condition is, and I guess maybe, what condition, no, you don't have to go anywhere. What condition of these 4 is making you believe that you could not have the right only onto Klondike from 2979? What condition is it?
4 conditions, correct? That we're trying to get, what are the new conditions? I guess, are there any new?
As we stated, these are the conditions that they're actually trying to remove from the parcel because of no access. The conditions that we did state that can be used, and that was a discussion with the applicant, is to allow them a right turn out of 2979 only.
The condition
But it does
in the
not
rezoning?
stop the access for the zoning modification.
Say that again. Sorry, say that one more time.
Ask the question again. Y'all confusing me.
Which of the 4 conditions that we staff are recommending denial to remove? I was asking the developer, which of those 4 conditions is making them feel like they are not they do not have the permission to have a right only onto Klondike?
Neither.
Sure.
This is from the last meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, a little closer to the mic for the record, yeah.
These are notes from the last meeting that we had. My understanding is we were decided that we would get together and come up with new recommendations for, and the planning commission referred to this council, correct?
Right, but we have to make the decision to accept that deferral or not.
Right, but I guess the discussion that we had as far as conditions that we thought would work, do they have those conditions?
And it was one condition that was taken that we actually put on the rezoning request, which was from the 20-foot landscape buffer, which is 50 feet now.
Right.
So we've satisfied this zoning, this condition. And the other condition was access is restricted to the internal roads. you will be restricting access to the internal roads. So that condition does not have to be removed because the traffic that will be going to 2979 will be from the internal roads from 2955 to and exiting only from 2979.
Okay, so this is why I asked about the zoning modification first. Follow me? Because I think if we would have settled this zoning modification and its conditions, it would have helped explain the first 8 conditions in the in the rezoning request. But nonetheless, we're here now. One day when I'm long gone, somebody will say, man, you know, she really had some thoughts. The telling you, man, it's like pulling teeth. Essentially, we have satisfied in the rezoning conditions. Girl, you should have started with this. We have satisfied the rezoning. In the rezoning, we have satisfied the conditions that will allow the builder or the developer to exit onto Klondike with a right only. So we are recommending denial of these conditions because we've already satisfied what you needed. Well, don't sound like they knew. Okay.
Now it's
so
clear. We hope that all hearts and minds are clear.
maybe you should
that
invite
these
me to the
conditions are
meeting.
satisfied. Yes.
Okay, so, I'm gonna just recap that just real quick. The staff is recommending denial of the 4 conditions because in the rezoning conditions,
That has previously taken
the
place.
new conditions, we've already satisfied the ability for the development to have a right only onto Klondike Road.
And the applicant is in agreement with.
And the applicant is in agreement with that.
Yes.
So in essence, you really could just withdraw the application. Okay.
They did not want to do that. I will say that.
So let me ask you this, and now this is a legal question, maybe. Let me ask you this. If we've satisfied this and everybody's happy, is this necessary to take any action at all?
Director Q, are you saying that the 4 conditions no longer exist because the council adopted the 8 or 9 conditions in the previous item? Is that what you're saying?
I think.
What I'm saying is that these conditions will follow the parcel on O&I. So if we want to not remove them and we've satisfied them from the zoning modification, we can state that for this application to remove them so they can be they were addressed for the rezoning request.
Because now it's not O&I.
It's
Right.
not
As of
O&I.
today, it's no longer O&I.
It's MR1.
And these conditions were with the O&I zoning, right? So if the council just voted to rezone that property, why are we voting to remove conditions from a property that no longer has the zoning related to the conditions? I'm telling y'all, one day y'all gonna thank me for being here.
Because the conditions follow the parcel.
Which has
not
now
the-
been rezoned.
Even though it has a different rezoning classification, the zoning conditions.
So are you saying that's, I'm sorry, it's not to cut you off, but are you saying that if the rezoning goes back to O&I, we would use these 4 conditions? No.
Right, so I still don't see a reason why this is necessary. Winston, you wanna?
Because I was also gonna say, should we have included in the rezoning for 2979 the modification of those conditions and maybe, remove those 4, add the 9?
Yes, you could have recommended that.
Because that would have been
that would've-
cleaner, maybe.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah,
helpful.
I could see that.
Okay.
So does that mean going back to the rezoning to add the removal of these I guess you can't do that because this is a zoning modification, not necessarily. Is that what you're suggesting? Which, by the way, y'all saw where I said you should have suggested last time.
Okay.
They chit-chatting over
I
here.
know they're on sidebar. Okay.
Maybe, well, I was gonna say maybe just for clarity, And so if anyone looks back at this, they can see what's done. Maybe have the 4 conditions removed within the rezoning for 2979 and add the current 9 conditions? That,
Are we,
If that's what legal is saying that we can do, we can add those conditions as stated before, to add those conditions to 2979 from the rezoning and remove these conditions.
that's essentially what you're doing, right?
That's
I
essentially
mean, you're not,
what you're doing.
you don't need the 4 conditions anymore, so.
Right, so that's going back to the rezoning motion. Is that a motion, or can we just do that in paperwork? Or is that, are we asking the council to go back and modify the zoning request, the rezoning, to remove the existing conditions, which essentially is already happening, right? Right, if we adopted new conditions,
You're replacing it with.
then you replace the old ones, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that what we just did?
Yes.
Come on, help me.
Now, no, let me understand.
Mayor Pro Tem?
One second. Initially, you said that when you rezone a property, the conditions still stay with the property. So we just rezoned the property, and the conditions are still with the property.
So you
You
have,
cannot ignore the conditions. Either they are applicable or they are not.
The
And
new ones or the old ones?
no, these are the conditions that were there under the old situation. Although you rezone the property, the conditions are still with the property. So the conditions still exist. We cannot just ignore them.
I need you to repeat that one more time, slower and with more clarity. If
When
we
you-
just rezoned, you're saying that when you rezone a property, the conditions stay? That what you just said?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what
So we
I
just
understand
rezoned
it from
the
the
property.
experts.
So the conditions you just approved are now the conditions of the rezoning of that property. It doesn't mean that you put, that would mean that every condition, you would have 25 conditions if you're just adding conditions, you would have the 8 plus the 4 plus another, which that doesn't make sense.
Now, we're not adding conditions.
Proceeds, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So if you rezone a property, you have new zoning, new conditions, and the old fall away. I mean, because the conditions aren't etched in stone. I mean, they're not permanent in perpetuity. I mean, if you change it, then you can impose some new conditions, and the old ones have to necessarily go away. Because as the mayor says, we'd be having conditions going back to the 50s because we rezoned the property 10 times, and we've got a list of 500 conditions that go back to 100 years.
I hear you and I hear you, but I don't hear the same thing.
And also, and Director Cowie, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know modifications to the changes and approved conditions is an action outside of a rezoning. It's a separate action. It's because I'm assuming that's why you have it separated here on the agenda. So rezoning is a type of action, and also modifying / changing your conditions is also a type of zoning action. So I think the planning department here wanted to rezone as well as do a zoning modification.
And if that was the case, that would not have been necessary to do away with the conditions. When you rezoned it, it would have disappeared, but it didn't, according to what I'm getting.
No, I disagree with that. I think it didn't because we chose to put 2 different types of applications on the agenda. Because if we were going to modify the conditions through the rezoning, you didn't need a zoning modification after that.
I don't think it's for us to agree or disagree. It's what thus saith the zoning law.
Yeah, what your attorney just told you, thus saith the law, that you just rezoned it
But he
with new
didn't-
conditions.
He didn't quote those legal numbers we use according to articles.
Well, if that's the case, so let's start over. Hey.
We need to. We have a zoning expert, we have a legal expert. So now, who we're listening to? And it's different, but what you're saying in the end, it doesn't matter to the applicant because they got what they want and they're ready to go. But we need to understand if the conditions disappear once it is rezoned. And I'm getting 2 different answers, and I have nothing I can quote chapter and verse on.
Okay, so let me understand. I want to make sure I understand that you all are saying 2 different things, because I didn't get that. I got that you're saying the same thing in 2 different ways. Mayor Pro Tem got that you're saying 2 different things. Okay. And then I guess I don't know who's supposed to be the czar to decide who we're gonna listen to, but, but the chair, what law did you drop today?
Isn't that what we're running in this country?
Yeah, you're right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I got, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. So, Director Q, you're saying that, even though the rezoning application includes new conditions, that there still needs to be a zoning modification action to decide whether the old conditions remain or the old conditions go away.
That is my understanding. Yes, that
Okay.
is correct. The 4 conditions that are currently on the parcel, even though the zoning classification has changed, the conditions on that parcel remain the same until they are removed. Currently, the way I understand it, there are 8 conditions on this parcel plus the 4. It follows the land, the address, 2979 Klondike Road.
Okay. Attorney Denmark.
You can keep the zoning classification at the same and then modify it just to change the conditions. But if you're going to rezone property, there are conditions of the zoning. And when the zoning goes away, by operation of law, by logical necessity, ipso facto, per se, the conditions go away with the zoning. So if you rezone the property, the conditions of that zoning go away. A bizarre example, if you had a property that was zoned industrial, and you said you can only use this kind of industrial plan, and you had conditions related to the industrial plan of zoning, but you change it to residential, you're not going to have industrial conditions on a residential property. Wouldn't make sense. You change the zoning, so those conditions go away. If you're going to keep it industrial, then the condition, you can just say it's going to stay industrial, but we're going to lift those conditions. You can do it. That's a modification. But with the rezoning, the conditions necessarily fall.
I hear you.
Is that enough law for you?
No, I mean, we need to have agreement here.
No, we,
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I also add in section 7.3.10.
Now we're talking.
attorney, by the way.
We wanted to hear the numbers. That speaks to modifications and changes to approved conditions of zonings. I mean, it speaks to it as modifications that are attached to an approved zoning amendment. So again, the initial conditions were attached to one zoning amendment, but now we're looking at a whole different zoning amendment, if that makes sense.
Okay, we're talking about what makes sense and what does the law say. Okay, now you got.
That they're attached to zoning actions essentially. So once they were, the first initial conditions were approved with the CZ action, they applied to that zoning amendment. But now we've rezoned it to something else. We have new conditions that apply to this zoning.
A clean slate
Yes.
of conditions.
Yes.
Okay. That's based on law. Now we got something. So that being the case, what do we need to do with this? Do we need to do nothing with it? Withdraw it? It's moot? It's moot. We spent how much time?
I started with it at 7:10.
Well, anyway, we are where we are.
The take back. I said it.
The order.
I said it 2 hours ago.
We're done with this?
Yes.
No action necessary?
If legal has stated that this item is mute, then we do not make a decision on this. The conditions have been.
Let him say it on the mic.
No, she got it on the numbers there.
The applicant can draw, or you can just determine as a council that it's been rendered moot based on the opinion of council.
Yeah, the applicant packed up and left. They go home. Okay. That's,
That the application's been rendered moot based on the opinion of council.
next item on the agenda. It's just it. I take that as, oh. Council, what is your pleasure on this matter?
Mayor Pro Tem,
This is on RZ 25-002.
Yes, sir, that right there.
Klondike
It's
Road.
been rendered moot based on the opinion of legal and the council.
Need to vote on that?
No.
All right, we're done. All right, next item on the agenda.
What is the next item? I gotta take a break.
Here's the next item on the agenda.
Down to new business.
No, we're not. Are we? There we go. New business. Vendor recommendation, I'm sorry, vendor recommendation for generators for City Hall and Browns Mill Recreation Center. Ms. Boynton. And Mr. Powell, you have a partner in this one.
Good evening. I'm here to present a recommendation for vendor award in reference to the purchase and installation of 2 generators for City Hall and the Browns Mills Recreation Center. The method of procurement that we chose to obtain quotes was through a cooperative purchase by utilizing Sourcewell as a source to obtain the generators from Energy Systems Southeast LLC. The cost for the generator for City Hall will be $439,400. Again, that includes the installation. And then the generator for Browns Mills Recreation Center is going to be $176,925. We are asking for approval to move forward with this recommendation, as well as asking for approval to issue a purchase order for both purchases. And the funding source is going to be from the fund balance. And the GL account numbers that will be used will be 100-1565-541-300 and 100-6210-541-300. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Council, questions, comments? Councilwoman Grimes.
Yeah, just give me the numbers again. I was trying to write with this beautiful hand. 439, what for,
$439,400 for City Hall.
and then 176,925?
Yes,
Browns
ma'am,
Mill.
and that'll be for a total of $616,325.
You gave the number for Browns Mill was 100-6210.
176,000.
No, the number, the R number you gave?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
The GL
GL
number,
number, yes.
I believe that's 100-6210-541-300.
Okay. Thank you. That was it. I couldn't
Thank
write
you.
fast.
Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman Five.
this may be a bit of a stupid question, but why are they so expensive?
Well, it's not your regular home size generator. It's a industrial size generator that will be put in place to be able to support anytime we have an outage or we need to maintain power and electricity for the buildings. They'll be large enough to support by wattage and all of that. And so they are not cheap. They're very expensive. And we are actually getting a cost savings by utilizing Sourcewell through the cooperative purchase method. We're able to save as opposed to us doing our own solicitation and going out, given the current market.
So they're even more expensive than what we're looking at right now.
With tariffs and everything that's going on in the United States, yes, it would be more expensive if we did our own sole solicitation.
You don't got an American producer who got that?
Well, I believe that it is an American manufacturer in which we're buying the generators from.
Okay.
Because Sourcewell and Omnia, they try to utilize American home, US-based companies, because in some cases, we do use federal funds, and because that would, you know, address Buy America requirements and things like that, so.
That's awesome. Out of curiosity, and this might be a bit of me trying to recollect, did we not kind of review something to the similar with the generators earlier this year at a council meeting? City manager already got me. That will yield to her.
Yes, this was discussed in most of the TIPS meetings that you all have had this year. We also discussed it in both of the budget retreats. And it was also in one of the FY '25 recommendations for the FY '25 budget.
But I recall that budget being significantly lower than this. What do you have? Do you have on top of your head how much the budget recommendation for FY '25 was?
Well, the original recommended was only 250, but that was not for both of them. Once we have, and that was also probably absent the source well. So once we went back and got the information, I believe it was Councilwoman Grimes that asked for Browns Mill as well. So then we went and asked the vendor to provide us quotes for both units, both facilities, and that is the price that came back.
I assume so. That does sound a little bit closer to what I thought. I thought it was going to be $250.
1,000.
Understood. I will. ask
And
for
that would have made it around
I will-
500. So it's like a,
I will ask for that clarification on next time.
no, but so and then the other thing is this building is a much larger footprint than Browns Mill. And then we also, I think one of the other things that one of the other specifications was to have natural gas, if I make no mistake. So they're not coming in, bringing in diesel or whatever it is they use that with. So that puts us in a better place in the case of a natural disaster or some type of inclement weather.
Absolutely, and that's generators. Thanks to Councilwoman Grimes' recommendation, we'll be able to use Browns Mill as an emergency facility, as in line with our evacuation plan.
Yes, we've already been identified. Brownsman has already been identified. This certainly helps that cause and puts us in a position to be able to do that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have one more
Councilwoman
question.
Grimes.
Yes, security of the generators, location, safety devices. I don't know where you put them because I ain't got one because I want the Generac. And then what I said, security and will they be monitored? Can we get some type of monitoring that goes toward wherever they are placed so that we can keep an eye on folks who ain't got no business being in our yard?
Yes, thank you for that great question. They will come with a structure around them that will be able to be secured as a part of our security assessment. And as we are continuing to grow that out, we will certainly have things in place that will certainly help in the apprehension of anyone who has the thought of entering the enclosure. So to answer your question, the short answer is yes, we will ensure that we have some visual on them at all times.
These are not a breadbasket size generator. These are how much weight?
No, they will likely be the
Tons?
size of a small room.
Now, are these diesel, battery powered? What type of generator?
I think we went with natural gas.
So, good evening, Councilman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor. Just to answer the question, the generator for this location is actually diesel. The one for Browns Mill is actually the gas line, one that can run, via the gas line. The one here is 750 kilowatts. The reason it had to be diesel because that's so large. If you do a large unit like that through a gas line, you will almost double the price for the cost of the generator. So the contractor thought it would be more cost effective if we just did the diesel model here and we did the gas line version at Browns Mill. Councilman Fye, to answer your question, yes, it's American made out of Wisconsin. It's a Generac. Both are industrial large-size generators.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fye.
So that does go back to the storage question. Where's this going to be? Where's this going to be? Understood. Actually, that's a better question. Another question I have. Darn. Almost, thank you, thank you, Councilwoman Grimes. If I could ask, does this come with a, what's the word? Capital, infrastructure, plan, those kind of things, where you keep track of all your capital asset plan. Will this be added to that?
It should be added as fixed asset,
Okay.
the city. And so we do have a tracking mechanism that we are finalizing internally on, being able to, properly manage all of our fixed assets.
And I might be getting too much in the weeds of this, but insurance. We'll have it on this, right?
Of course.
Is that a continued cost, or is that just grouped with the rest of it?
Well, we will, okay, ask the question again. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking.
I think I should direct it to city manager. City manager, insurance will be on these two, correct?
We'll have the appropriate insurance on those and make any necessary adjustments that we need to in terms of the billing.
Understood. All right, I withdraw, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Just one thing, Mr. Reggie.
Brian.
Mr. Reggie, can you check and well, I can't give you any directions, but city manager, can Mr. Reggie check and ask what kind of generator Grady has? And I asked that specifically because I was down there for a reason, and it was like a what do you call the little things that come off the trains now? The little cart, the little box car? One of them was down by the emergency room, and we knew it was a generator, but I didn't know what it was, and I don't know if it's diesel or not, but that would just be of interest to me, what kind they're running, if you get any free time.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, you have a vendor recommendation before you. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Grimes.
make motion that we approve the vendor recommendation for generators for City Hall and Browns Mill Recreation Center.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second to approve the vendor recommendation for generators for City Hall and Browns Mill Recreation Center. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposes, nay. Start with District 1.
Nay.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next item on the agenda is vendor recommendation for RFP 003-25, zoning ordinance and overlay district rewrite consultant services. Ms. Boynton and Director Cowie.
Good evening again. What we did was we utilized an RFP method to obtain zoning ordinance overlay district update rewrite consulting services. Through the RFP process, we received a total of 3 proposals. Those proposals was shared with an evaluation committee. Through the evaluation process, the firms were scored and ranked. And upon completion of the internal evaluation process, Inspire Placemaking Collective Inc. was the top ranked firm. And the amount for their price proposal in which we received is $148,105. Through this solicitation process and this vendor recommendation, we again are asking for authorization to issue purchase orders. Of course, there is a contract associated with this agreement, but in order to facilitate and properly monitor the activities, the tasks that will be assigned under the scope of work, we want to be able to issue purchase orders. It will also be the funding will be coming from the department's planning and zoning GL number 100-741. -521200, which is their professional services budget. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Council.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Grimes.
I heard you, Ms. Boynton say that we had three.
Yes.
What was, keep me legal, what was the difference between the cost of one and two? What, I mean, was it a big difference? Was it?
Well,
And let me tell you why I asked this question specifically. Because I've had some conversation with a constituent who had the number of 148,105 and felt that it was not enough. And so I just thought that I would ask that question to see whether or not the second, but not, keep me legal, keep me legal, keep me legal. Whether or not the next person, you don't have to give me the name, but the next person in this three, I don't want to say threesome, but in this three sets of people, you know, whether or not it was really a vast difference.
okay, so let me explain what happened in this. When you do an RFP, you have an option to consider pricing or not. And in this case, we considered pricing. We asked them to provide a price proposal. And when you do that, there's a calculation that is used to assess the points that they get for those prices. So prices matter, but not as much once you go through the formulation process. And that helps us assess how many points. Let's say I think in this particular case, the top points would be 10 points for their prices. But more specifically, to answer your question more directly, Inspire Placemaking Collective, Inc., their prices again was $148,105. But then we had Sizemore Group, their pricing was $344,030. And so we take the highest divided by the lowest, and then there, like I said, there's a formula that we use to come up with the points that they would get for pricing. And so the pricing for, I really can't explain to you why Sizemore's pricing was as high as it was. And then for the third vendor, SLV Enterprise LLC, we couldn't look at their pricing because based on their technical proposal and the points that they got based on what they submitted, they didn't score the minimum of 70 points for us to proceed in evaluating them any further and accepting their prices. So we were, left with the two firms.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so just to be clear, the price proposal, if you guys approve the recommendation for award, they would be required to perform the work at this amount, at the amount within that's being presented to you.
Okay, and before I stop talking, I want to be, I want to be on record saying it shouldn't take a long time once we say yay for it to go forward.
No, it shouldn't, because what we did was we kind of tweaked our process where we try to obtain the firm's signature in advance. So once it's approved, the mayor signs it, the contract is fully executed, and then we are able to move forward with issuing the purchase order. Director Q is what I call her. She's able to go ahead and schedule her first meeting and start working on what needs to be done as far as executing the scope of work.
So I know this is not it is a question for everything that we do, but do we have, Miss Great Policy, do we have, like we do our vendors when we pay them, we say net 30 for that, so they can look for their money within 30 days. Do we have anything that says we need to, from tonight, if we approve, or when we approve, if we approve, that it is a 45-day, it's a 60-day before Director Q starts, or whoever starts, whatever director starts the process? Just concerned about things being hung up and not moving fast enough after it leaves us. And that's all I say right there.
Okay, so it's a little bit different from a construction project where they have to complete certain tasks and then they're paid based on phases or portions completed. But in a regular general or consulting service type, it's net 30 days, because I think that is the state requirements that they pay no 30 to 45 days from, receipt of the invoices, so.
Madam City Manager?
Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Boynton, I believe Councilwoman Grimes is asking the start of the project, not the net 30.
Okay,
So I'll let you explain from what happens after the council meeting, or once the contract is executed and the notice to proceed, and then the wait period, if you explain.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So what happens is that, once, the city clerk office, provides a copy of the executed contract, I'll go ahead and send out the notice of execution to the vendor, along with issuing the notice to proceed. And then we would also make sure that they also receive the purchase order, the initial purchase order, to begin, preparing and planning for the first task of work to be done. Director Q would be able to go ahead and start scheduling those meetings and proceed with the vendor. So within 7 to 10 days upon the time that we receive the executed agreement is when we anticipate them actually starting work.
Thank you. Let me understand. You are getting someone to assist staff with doing this. So staff will do a lot of the heavy lifting here as well.
The goal is to assist the consultant team, Mayor Pro Tem, with the analysis and the initial review of the ordinance in the overlay districts, to give them direction to actually start. It's not necessarily a rewrite. Every zoning category or district in the city of Stonecrest, Chapter 27 will be rewritten. There may be recommendations after review that it just needs a small tweak or a minor update. We're not going into it with the notion that the zoning map, the official zoning map that we currently use for the city of Stonecrest will be updated with new zoning districts. We are looking at it to tighten up what we currently have, to make it more comprehensible and understandable and transparent to those who are not professionals, as myself, or those who will read it and understand it more clearly for the development that we have for the city of Stonecrest. We know that there are areas in our ordinance that need to have focus, and that's where we are. We want to make sure that we do attract those developers, not by, by incentives, but by strengthening what we have, so that we can have the vision that we currently have for the city of Stonecrest can be developed in that cohesive manner.
Task number 2, there's something mentioned about internal city processes. It says new districts that will reflect the internal new processes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
It will create the consultant will review, update the current overlay districts, and will create new districts that will reflect the internal processes, the internal process of the city. If that is not needed, again, it just states that the consultant will review. If there's no need and we are in line with our current internal processes for the development regulations or in our zoning districts, there's no need to rewrite. It may just needed to be a few words or additional language may need to be a part of that. But our internal processes for development regulations right now is to have like bonds for developments for tree removals or land disturbance. We want to make sure that those processes are adhered to strictly, especially for those who are sincere about our trees being preserved in the city of Stonecrest.
And again, you're thinking this might take how long to get done, roughly?
We anticipate, we asked for 6 months, and we hope that it doesn't, within that review and the transparency that we want with our public meetings, so we can get the public input that we would like, to make sure that, you know, our processes are correct. So if it just depends on the number of meetings or the stakeholder meetings, of course, we're at the end of the year at this time, so that may be, you know, certain holidays or that we will have to work around. But, you know, our intentions is to work for 6 months to get this project underway and completed or in the middle or near the end.
This seems to be a global review versus just a targeted review, which means there's quite a bit to cover in 6 months.
If there are changes to make. A diagnosis of the current ordinance is to review it. If we are, again, staff is well-equipped to review and assist the consultant team to look at the areas that we need to strictly focus on. Currently now, we don't see any areas of focus. We know that we need to review our overlays for consistency. There are certain zoning districts that may have permitted uses that may not be advantageous for the city of Stonecrest. Those are the top tasks that we're looking at for the update.
So during this period, are we looking to update it? Are we looking to get recommendations for updates?
Updates, recommendations are all all inclusive with the zoning rewrite / update / recommendations for the zoning ordinance.
All right, I'll take a break. Anyone else?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's go with Mayor Cobble.
You gave him the last one. Two things real quick. One material. This may be a finance question. What was the budgeted amount for this? You remember?
If I had to guess, I do apologize.
Whoever has the answer.
I believe it may have been 150.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I thought. When I saw 148, I was like, wow, that was spot on. Okay. Thank you. Maybe this was already mentioned when I stepped out, and I apologize if we're repeating it, but I want to make it clear that this was a council initiative, right? This was something that the city council asked the staff to do, right? And if you'll go back to last year's meetings, probably last quarter, and probably a lot during the budget conversation, we asked the staff and budgeted for it, specifically for this. We asked the staff to go get a consultant to go through our zoning code based on some of the recommendations from our comprehensive plan and to take care of some of the tasks in the comp plan. And we asked them to get a consultant so that the current staff can focus on the applications that were coming in. We even went so far as to ask, how many applications do you get? And then use that to compare the amount of time it would take for the staff to balance both. And then we made a judgment call and said, you know what? We'd like the current staff to focus on all the things that are coming in because that seems to be continuous. And we want a consultant to do the work outside. And we gave them specific requirements in that. We asked one to look directly at the overlays. We asked two to ensure that if there were any conflicts between one part of the zoning code and another, that we clear that up. We literally went through the comp plan, took the task out of it, one of which is design standards, right? We've talked about design standards from brick to stucco to siding to 1-car garages to 2-car garages to material. We literally went through meeting after meeting after meeting and even in the budget and gave the staff this directive. So there should not be a ton of confusion. And I don't use the word confusion, but there shouldn't be a whole lot of robust conversation about what is this, what are we doing, why are we doing it. We asked for it and gave specific examples of things that we wanted to see. And we wanted the zoning code to be overview, to have a review of it, to ensure that where we took it over from the county, we didn't miss anything. Where if we did miss something, because I think sometimes if you do a quick search, the word DeKalb County still comes up and it should say City of Stonecrest. And that's just because we adopted the whole code, and for the last 7 years, we've been going through section by section where we found immediate conflicts. But we wanted to end that. And most specifically, the comp plan gave us this direction, said, hey, go back and look at your zoning code. We've done the future land use map. You've done your We've asked for this. So we really ought to be very excited that this work is continuing. We're under budget, roughly, which is great and almost spot on. But this is a long time coming. If it takes more than 6 months, so be it. Because this is the first time that we've had an outside consultant come in and take our code and tear it apart to make sure that it is aligned with the vision of the city council. It's one thing to have vision. It's another thing where your policies and codes don't match the vision to get you there. Some of our biggest developmental issues, and especially in economic development, is that our policies and our code don't align with our desires and our vision. If we want more density, we had to create a micro home community ordinance. If we want public transportation to be extended into Stonecrest, our zoning codes have to allow for certain types of development. If we don't want R100 to abut R75, we have to write codes for that. So one of the things that we wanted to ensure from the legislative body is that our staff would have codes and policies that would match the desires we're asking them to execute. And it is simply impossible for economic development or community development to achieve those things if we don't have this robust review. So we ought to be really excited. This should take about 10 seconds going and pass this on so that we can get started, because this is the work we've asked you to do and it's been a long time coming. And once we have that done, we'll be able to really say that what we champion from here, the staff can execute from there.
Let me just say
And
that,
I'm not even going into election season yet.
we have to make sure that this is giving us what we thought we were asking for. And if it takes substantially longer than what we projected, then you can rest assured that it'll cost us a lot more than what's being projected. So these are the things that we need to understand before we vote on this item. And it is not as simple as it might seem. So any other questions or comments?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fly.
So, Mayor, I'm actually having trouble recalling when we specifically called for a contractor to do this job. I know it's in our comp plan, and I know, and to answer your question, it's $200K. We're actually $52,000 under budget. The staff did really gonna find in that balance. But I'm having trouble with wondering, and city manager's gonna ask the same question. Why are we using a contract?
I can help you real quick,
I
and I know.
I know, but I want to ask staff specifically.
I ain't got
why
a
are we
problem with
using a
that.
contractor?
I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't got a problem with that. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say though. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Councilman Fry, real simple. When you pass the budget, you put it in professional services. If you intended for staff to do it, you wouldn't have put it there.
Ooh.
Thank you. That's all. Any, Councilman Fly, were you finished?
No, I was not. So under that next question, well, hold on, internal ordinance. Overlay does not, how long project? Actually, that does finish it. Specifically, actually, there is one. So specifically, what are we targeting for in our zoning ordinances that we've brought up, that we're going to bring to the contractor?
We're I'll defer to the city manager.
I think we've had one great example tonight, right?
Mhm.
And then when you move from the great example that we had tonight, we've also looked at our comprehensive plan lines this out. We've talked about it in the budget. And then from that aspect, we've also, the city, the council has also approved the comprehensive plan that also includes an entertainment district that also does not have, we've never had an entertainment district, so we're not, again, and I think a lot of people got caught up on the word rewrite. And I hate that that got in there because I asked multiple times for it to be taken out, but I'll swallow that. We are looking at this because we've never done it before. So we don't want, because and I'll tell you another reason. If I even allowed city staff to come and make recommendations on the entertainment district, the first thing one citizen, two citizens would come and say is, well, they've never had an entertainment district. What do they know about that? While they may have 20, 30, 40, 50 years of combined experience, it is good to have an outside entity to come in and assist us with that so that we ensure that that is in place. When it comes to if there are any changes to the ordinances, there may be some minor shifts that we do need to make in our process. You know, one of the other things that all of the business community and some of our nice, friendly residents always talk about is us not being business friendly. Well, this will allow us to do that because there's a lot of cases in our code today that is, I read it one way, you read it one way, the other 5 council reads it a different way, and our nice, friendly citizens read it another way, and the developers read it. So we want to make sure we, from a comprehensive perspective, look at it and identify it. And if there's any opportunities that we can make the language clearer, we want to do that. And when you talk about why didn't the staff do it, I have explained this. We could have had staff to do it, but then that would have taken them away from doing some of the other things. They're still going to be heavily involved in this. It is going to be very akin to the comprehensive plan. So they will have a lot of time and effort and their expertise put into it. And then those recommendations will come to council for approval.
Hold on, write it down. And most of my other questions, this will be 6 months. Territory ordinance. And just to reiterate, just for the record again, our entire zoning ordinance is not having a rewrite, it is having a review.
That is correct. Again, I wish that word was not in there, but it's fine that it is. But what we are tasking staff and the consultant with is reviewing to make sure it is where the city wants it to be. And when I say that, the comprehensive plan itself is the big footprint guideline for the entire city in terms of development. So if we don't do this, this is again one of those things that is foundational. We've got to set the precedent for it. We can't just keep cherry picking ordinances to look at or sections because we come into, we stumble upon it because of day-to-day operations when we can take a moment and pause and look at all of it. And that's what this is going to allow us to do.
Good.
I withdraw.
Anyone else? Council, you have this item before you, and it is for your pleasure to approve or deny. What is your pleasure? Contract for recommended, what is it, Inspire Pacemaking Collective, Inc. In the amount of, I'm looking for the page.
148,
I'm sorry?
148, 105.
What is your pleasure?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilwoman Grimes.
make motion that we approve the vendor recommendation for RFP 000325 zoning ordinance and overlay district review for rewrite consultant services in the amount of 148, 105.
Second.
We're probably moving second to approve RFP 003-25 zoning ordinance and overlay district rewrite consultant services in the amount of $148,105. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Start at District 1.
Nay.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next item on the agenda. Barrington Road Sidewalk Project Update. Is that it? Did I miss one?
It's the guest of honor,
I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Help me.
Mayor, I think somebody got a text her.
The mayor stepped out for a second, but
Mayor Pro Tem.
well, actually, the next item on the agenda is for a resolution for the renewal of the City of Civility designation. Mayor Cobble. is not here. Is anyone else in a position to make that presentation?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Fry.
Actually.
We'll move on.
Oh, do we need a motion to move on? Mm-hmm.
Let us move on. It's getting very late. Next item on the agenda is the Farrington Road Sidewalk Project Update. Go ahead, sir. Mr. McCoy.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, Council. One point of clarification, this is not for decision, this is an update. So I hope that is good news in the interest of time. I'm happy to bring to you a positive update tonight on the Farrington Road sidewalk project. As you may recall, you all previously in March authorized the mayor to execute any necessary grant agreements. And we now have received official sub-recipient agreement from DeKalb County for the Community Development Block Grant in amount of $500,000. This is an exciting milestone. It marks the first time that the city of Stonecrest CBG funds from DeKalb, and we're grateful for this partnership. We've been working closely with Mr. Alan Mitchell. He's the director of the DeKalb County's Community Development Department, and Mr. Daryl Blackwell. He's the senior planner, both of whom are here with us this evening. And with the agreement now in hand, and I believe the mayor will sign it tonight, we're ready to move forward. Procurement is next. And once the bids are received and evaluated, we'll return to council to request approval of a contractor. This sidewalk is desperately needed. Right now, residents, including children and seniors, are walking in the street. This project will greatly enhance safety and reduce the risk of future accidents and injuries. Again, this is great progress for the community, and we appreciate the continued support of DeKalb County.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? And since we have our guests, they've been very, very patient sitting with us tonight. Please come up and introduce yourselves. We'd like to meet you.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Alan Mitchell. I am happy to be here. We're excited about being able to help the city of Stonecrest. We have permission from the Board of Commissioners, the CEO, and all the county staff to award you $500,000. We also, I might add, added you to a 2025 plan to cover the sidewalk project also in the amount of about $340,000. So not only are we giving you $500,000 for prior year funding, but also looking forward to 2025, giving you an additional project that we've approved. So we hope this relationship continues and that you signed your cooperative agreement working through us to get HUD funds. So, and the street address for the new project is going to be, it's Maple. It's what's the? Yeah, the new street address for the project.
Yes, that is in Mayor Pro Tem's district. That is Salem Road. There is a section of sidewalk. We have applied for it, and then we just found out that we are in running for that too. So
Thank you very much. That's between Panola and Browns Mill.
it'll connect Panola to Brownsville Rec Center. And
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's actually been approved by the CEO and the Board of Commissioners in DeKalb County. And we submitted it to HUD today, and more than likely HUD will agree with that as well.
And for another conversation, Mr. Mitchell is also working with the unhoused. That project, you're still with that, right?
Yes, yes.
So we'll have you back on another agenda item?
We've got a number of projects to help individuals that have hardships in DeKalb County. So we can always come back and take you through those projects. There are millions of dollars that we've allocated to help our homeless, unsheltered, et cetera, in DeKalb County. So we look forward to having Stonecrest citizens participate in all of the activities that we have. We have hotline numbers 404-687-3500. We have 7, 8, 10 people answering telephones daily to help. So I advise you to pass on those numbers to your constituents so they can get help. 404 area code 687-3500. And that's Monday to Friday from about 9 until 5 o'clock. So I encourage you to use the line to help.
I didn't mean to change the subject, but I wanted to point that out. Thank you very much. And the gentleman with you, come on. I mean, you guys are our guests and you're helping us, so we gotta be nice.
Well, how you doing, Mayor Pro Tem, and to the council and to Mayor? Thank you for letting us come here and present. My name is Darrell Blackwell. I'm just a senior planner with the DeKalb County Community Development Department. So those are a few projects I've been working on with Mr. McCoy as well. So we're looking forward to moving forward, and thanks again.
Excellent. So you guys have really touched us with getting this thing moving with this sidewalk on Farrington. That is incredible. So I thank you. I believe the council thanks you.
District 3,
and all of
thank you.
Stonecrest thanks you. All right, anything else, Mr. McCoy? And the action needed here is simply to prepare it and hand it to the mayor for her signature, and we'll be on our way to walking on Barrington Road with sidewalks. But
Yes, the agreement, we have it and we'll get that to you to sign.
before sunrise.
You want to do it today? We'll make it happen right now.
All right. But Harry has another presentation, so don't let him leave yet. Okay. So that's the only action. That's the only action required is have a signature. Mayor will save you to the end. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Panola shows additional design services. Mr. McCoy.
Yes, good evening again. This item before you is a contract amendment to include engineering of record services by CERM for the Panola Shoals Stream Bank Restoration Project. As many of you know, this is a highly anticipated and important project for the community aimed at protecting the South River banks and preserving access to the trailhead and surrounding areas. Unfortunately, 2 major rainfall events during the construction phase caused significant erosion and site changes that required emergency intervention. During those emergency situations, CERM stepped in to provide critical engineering support to stabilize the site and adjust the original design to new conditions. This amendment is in the amount of $92,571. Will compensate CERM for services already rendered and support continued engineering oversight through the remainder of the project. The funding source is SPLOST. While we hope this project would be near completion by now, these unforeseen weather events forced necessary changes. We believe this amendment will put us on the path to completing the project without further delay. Dr. Gibbs from CERM is here with us this evening to answer any technical questions you may have.
Dr. Gibbs.
And we respectfully recommend approval.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys this evening. I'm used to late nights, so this is actually par for the course. But to Assistant City Manager McCoy's point, this is one of those act of God type of efforts that we had to address. Unfortunately, we can't predict those things. You never budget for acts of God. When they do happen, we do have to come and deal with it. That particular confluence there at 155 Panola is a very sensitive area. engineering terms, they have something called a hydraulic jump that's there, meaning that a lot of water rushes in and it hits the stream bed and it erodes things pretty quickly. A lot of folks don't really know. They knew there's a lot of volume of water came through back in late of 2024, but that volume of water tantamount to 10 to 126 times the regular flow of that area. So you can just imagine what's out there now doesn't look like what was out there before when design first started. So that's why we're requesting this additional funding to finish this out, because it amounts to a bit of a redesign.
Thank you. One question. How often does a 100-year flood occur now?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not 100 years anymore. It seems like they're occurring probably once a quarter. It's pretty bad, and they're just picking up. So much so to where the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District, they're looking at revising their intensity charts now. The engineers use to design storm events. We used to design things with 25-year events. Now it's moving towards that 100-year event being the norm.
So this was something that was just greatly unforeseen.
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of design, you have the design rendering as to what this final project's going to look like.
I do know that we have one by way of construction documents that kind of gives you an idea.
You can get that to our engineer or to the deputy city manager?
Certainly can.
Okay, I'd like to see it when you get it to us.
Okay.
Okay, council,
Mayor Pro Tem?
questions, comments? Councilwoman Grimes.
Oh, hey, Doc. Because I forgot your name already. I'm so sorry. It's
Oh,
late.
it's all good.
I ain't had no food. I want, okay, so I want to be cautious and clear and transparent because I'm glad that this is being brought up because there's been so many questions about Stonecrest ain't doing nothing as it relates to this project. Thank you for the information. Two things I'm asking of you. One, this is not a change order. This is an emergency piece that has already been done. Is that correct? I mean, help me, keep me legal. Would we call this a change order or no?
Yes. And we had conversations with legal about that, so I'll defer to Ms. Thompson.
Okay, hold a minute. And then the second one, I can't tell you what to do, but is there in your, you just went through the 100 and the 25 and what engineers, give me 2 sentences that I can say to constituents that will solidify that it wasn't nothing we could do with what happened and that this is necessary to be done. So you can give it to me after you give it to me, or you can give it to me now, it doesn't matter. I just want something, I just want to hear from the expert. Okay.
2 things.
Mhm.
One is that stormwater projects are normally designed to handle a 25-year event. And we did that. 100-year event occurred, which completely ran over the 25-year design.
That's the hydraulic jump.
That's what facilitated it. That's correct. You got it.
Okay. No legal.
And then I'm gonna tell them to talk to deputy, yeah. Again,
Yes.
we need to speak the same language. We need to understand what truly happened and put that out there so that so that it can be clear.
Okay,
Now-
legal was gonna,
Yes, I'm ready for legal.
To answer your question, Councilman Grimes, to my understanding, when the flood took place, that was the emergency condition that the staff is speaking to. However, and I think at that time, CERM came in and did work to rebuild and to remedy the issue. However, to my understanding, it essentially will fall under maybe a change order to the contract, and I think we're preparing an amendment for that particular action.
But they've already done this work that we're paying the 92 for.
Is that correct,
94.
Mr.?
Put some glasses on. The 92,571, no?
We've done part of the work, because keep in mind, we had a previous task order we're working under. So we had to work under that task order, but that work wasn't for emergency work to get it done. What we're doing is we're asking for that funding back to go where it's supposed to go to begin with, which is to finish the project. But we also know the project also scope has increased because we have to redesign.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Let me ask just one thing before we move on, and that is we did approve for a scour analysis. How does that fit into what's going on here?
Excellent question. You're an engineer.
Who said?
Well, that's an excellent question because it does fit. It dovetails into what we're doing. So the scour analysis was done after we got through the assessment that the stream bank had eroded and there's infrastructure being kind of exposed in the bank. That's being done as we speak. And the scour analysis is going to tell us how big of blocks basically put in the stream bank so that rushing water won't move it and then mess around and create more erosion on the stream bank. But once we get that analysis, we'll know what type of infrastructure to put out there, how large, how heavy, and then from there, that'll be incorporated into the somewhat redesign, if you will, and produce another set of construction documents that will allow us to build a facility that would withstand the 100-year flood event.
You ever feel as to when that analysis would be complete?
Yes, sir. We should have that done. Actually, it should be coming up the 8th of August, I believe, is when they're supposed to have it complete. And then we go right into a design. That should be about 2 weeks. And then from there, we're right back out there in the construction phase.
Shovel and sand. Gotcha. Anyone else? Questions?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman Fye.
I will yield to Councilwoman Graves. I've spoken enough this meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Fry and Mayor Pro Tem. I just when you have a change order in a project, of course, anytime you have a change order is a fee attached. But if it's an act of nature, wouldn't that fall under some type of insurance in a project?
Ooh, well, when you talk about something that's already built, absolutely, if you have insurance and those type of things. When you're in the middle of design, unless there's some type of apparatus that maybe the owner, you guys may have, that kind of indemnifies the design engineer, I'm doing acts of God, then that could happen. I haven't seen that very often. Normally, it's a caveat that's placed in the contract documents that says, what your assumptions are. And in our profession, it's rarely understood that you really can't design for acts of God. You don't know what they're going to be. It could be tornado, hurricane, flood, what have you. So change orders are not necessarily a bad thing when you have a situation like this. What you don't want is to have a change order because of, negligence or contract documents weren't very good, nothing like that. But this type of scenario is what they're typically for things that were unforeseen in the field. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Fye.
Yes, so just for the I just wanted to check. And I just want to make sure I have this date correct. Back in May, we approved what, as Mayor Pro Tem stated, an additional services for a scour analysis, and then another additional services on top of that. How many more additional services is council going to see on this project?
What's additional service?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I would never try to get in God's way. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Well, that's not our intention. We really want to get this done. It's been a long time coming, quite frankly. And it's just like stuff at your house. If you don't get things done quickly, well, you know it, a small issue becomes bigger and becomes more problematic to repair. So we definitely want to get this done so we can shore up that stream bank.
And so you've had the scour analysis, you've done the additional sign, and you've also put together hold on, give me one moment.
The scour analysis, that's we have a sub P structures. They're facilitating.
The survey and scour analysis. We've got also on here in May a stream retention project, or additional erosion control.
Okay, right.
Silk fence.
So yeah, because basically the flooding wiped all that out.
Okay, and then in addition to that, we're having additional design projects.
Design project, that's correct.
Okay, and it's what I'm trying to understand what else what additional measures are we going to need for this?
Shouldn't be any more as long as things maintain the way they are. We want to move as fast as we can because we all know that the winter season, is fast approaching. So the quicker we can get out there, quicker we can actually put in infrastructure. Hopefully, keep any further erosion from happening.
Dep-
Good place.
Deputy City Manager McCoy, could you tell me the total dollar amount we are in for these additional services?
Yeah, it's close to $300,000. So
And this is included, correct?
yes, this is included. So original contract for the design, and then there was a change order came in, and then we did a scour analysis and survey in that same change order.
Mhm.
And then when the site got eroded, we had Georgia Soil and Water District came in, and they were trying to do some enforcement on us. So we have to bring additional 2-row silt fence, and that was included in that. And then we installed it so that when the water came in, it stopped mud washing into our river. That was all included in those change orders. We came to you, this is the third time we are coming to you. And hopefully this is the last time.
Sir?
Out of curiosity, how is our timeline affected with this?
Actually, the timeline significantly got affected because when there were 2 events happened. Originally, the hurricane event and then the larger rainfall event. The hurricane event happened, entire site was underwater. And that resulted in all these redesigns and everything because the slope was at some point and the slope was pushed down.
And I'm so sorry, Harry, to interrupt, but I understand that.
So we ended up redesigning it, and then, with the original schedule, we should be done by the project now, since construction-wise. But since we started scour analysis and redesign, it put us about six months behind.
6 months behind. So 6 months from now is January, correct? January, February?
That is if we start the construction now.
Okay.
But we are not starting the construction because we have a little more work to do on the scour analysis.
Okay, so midway 2026, we should be complete?
We should be probably spring of 26.
And out of curiosity, will this be completed before the next hurricane season, which is September and October? I'm saying, oh, okay. So that does bring me to the question. If we're going to redesign the service, re-put this in, and then we're going to get to September and October, we'll go through another rain event. So I'm guessing, and are we sure that the majority of work before then will then prevent us being put back into the same situation again?
That is a very good question. Hopefully.
You're asking $300K for hopefully.
Yeah, it is, the weather is unpredictable. Hopefully we are not going to have the rainfall event that we had twice already. We hope for the best. I don't want to give you, false information and then you have a hurricane comes in and then, it's going to happen.
Unpredictable.
So, just to add another information to that, 25-year rainfall event means it happens every 25-year means happens every 25 years.
At average.
Oh, yes, that is based on the previous 100-year of rainfall events. The weather, it's predicted that 25-year storm means this much of water. But this data is completely wrong now because we're getting 100-year events which are supposed to happen every 100 years. Now we are getting every year. So That is the problem here. Now, we didn't have this 20 years ago. And all of a sudden now we're getting these heavy rainfall events quicker than we expected. So that is why it is very difficult to predict any heavy rainfall event at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem, I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? There are none. District 4 moves for approval of a notice shows additional design services in the amount of $92,571.
Second.
It's been probably moved in second to approve the Panola shows additional design services in the amount of $92,571. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Salvo, District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is one that we had to skip, and that was a resolution for the renewal of the City of Civility designation. Mayor Cabo.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'd like the city council to approve a resolution for the renewal of the city of Civility.
Second.
Did we read the preamble? That's not very civil.
The most civil we've been on.
Is it worthy of reading again since we are renewing it? You have it, do you have it handy?
Resolution by the mayor and city council of the city of Stonecrest, Georgia, pledging to practice and promote civility in the city of Stonecrest and for other purposes.
Thank you. Now, yeah, motion for action.
I did not.
Did it backwards. All right.
Mayor Pro
It's been
Tem.
probably moved in second to approve the resolution for the renewal of the City of Civility designation. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Start with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We are now a City of Civility again. Okay, that, I believe, exhausts our regular agenda. Unless I missed something. Did I miss an item?
Mhm.
All right. Okay, all right. City Attorney, any comments?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
City Manager, any updates?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I am pleased to announce that we the city of Stonecrest was able to join Emory Hillendale on July the 17th to celebrate the hospital's 20th anniversary, as well as they also unveiled several of their groundbreaking technologies, which are some of the first of their kind in the nation, where they have partnered with Apple computers as well as Epic electronic medical records. Also on Tuesday, August the 5th, the city is hosting our 2025 National Night Out from 6 to 8:30 p.m. right here at City Hall. This event will feature emergency vehicles, community resources, and refreshments for all ages. We know that this is the day after school starts, but we certainly hope that we can have all of our citizens come out and join us for that event. We are continuing to assist the DeKalb Public Health and other community partners in the development of their community health improvement plan, CHIP, and offering support as they identify local priorities and strategies. Also, following the success of our 2025 summer internship program that we utilized through DeKalb County, the city is preparing to launch an internship initiative that will provide local students and young professionals with ongoing opportunities to gain hands-on experience in public service and local government operations. And lastly, it is almost time for our citywide sunflower contest to bloom. Launched in the spring, this beautification initiative engages residents across all districts to grow our city flower, the mammoth sunflower. By late August to mid-September, participants will submit progress picture photos, and winners will be elected based on categories such as the tallest sunflower, largest sunflower head, and most blooms by district. I am also pleased to announce that in an effort to enhance our economic development, also to look at our businesses in the city of Stonecrest, our communications team, our GIS team, revenue team, all got together with our community development team to create a new city business directory, and that is now live on our website. It is easily discover, locate, and support licensed local businesses that call Stonecrest home. So if everyone will please take a look at that, it is currently on our city website and it is live. And I just want to thank all of the staff who made that come to fruition. And lastly, we do have our new grants administrator, Ms. Kiara Drain, in the building. We also, as we were recognized with an additional grant tonight that gives her some additional work and responsibilities, I did want to acknowledge that she is here tonight.
Ms. Grant, stand up and take a bow.
Drain.
Yeah, I call her Miss Grant. Miss Grant Writer.
N-E. Drain, D-R-A-N-E.
Did you mention your monitor out in the foyer?
Oh, I would also like to announce that our communications team, our facilities team, and I believe our IT team also have a monitor out front in City Hall that announces all of our wonderful programs, activities that we have coming up. And then we'll also soon have our communications team is also working on spotlighting our city employees. So you'll see a reel or two with our city employees, and we're so looking forward to that.
Yeah, and on that sunflower homework, it did ate my homework. District 5.
Keep it live in District 5. You already know what time it is. The kids are coming next week. I sure hope that our citizens have had an opportunity to take advantage of the backpack giveaways that have been everywhere this year, not just in the city of Stonecrest. We did ours, and it's good to run out than to have some left over. So thank you for that piece. Please have your kids on time to school, parents. And I say that because teachers' positions depend on you bringing your kids into school on time before Labor Day. We know that Labor Day brings a lot of kids afterwards, but some districts have already started, will make adjustments to classrooms. And so that's a real issue. Please bring your children to school on time. Make sure that they've had rest as much as they can. We're going to give them something to eat, but please make sure that they've had adequate rest. And don't be strangers to your children's schools, parents. This message is for you, guardians and loved ones. Please don't be strangers. You can come. I'm speaking to the DeKalb County school parents. Please come in and visit your child's school. You can be a volunteer, and there will be volunteer opportunities that I will be speaking about probably at the next meeting, that I need you at the facility where I work. But at any rate, that's it for now. I had a fall with Con and Crete. So if you look upside my head and there's a big white patch, and you ask why I have this glove on today, because I'm still healing. Thank God for no broken bones at this age, but it wasn't something that I wanted to talk about tonight, but I do feel better, but I'm still not there. So thank you, and that's it. Con and Crete, the twins, jumped me.
District 3, please.
Oh, God.
Had a fight with the sidewalk, and the sidewalk won. District 3, please. Where's that Civility?
Yes, I wanted to mention that we had a successful back-to-school giveaway here at Bronze Mill, and also Popcorn in the Park. I wasn't able to be out there, but we had a very successful one there at Farrington Park. But because we're sensitive that everybody is not able to come out to specifically to Bronze Mill in my district, which is District 3, we're going to have another back-to-school giveaway at Farrington Park this Saturday from 12 to 4. We're planning to have fun, food, and music. So it's Farrington Park. The address is 2831 Farrington Parkway. So I'll be looking for you all to bring your children and come on and get a book pack and have some fun. Book bag and have some fun.
Thank you. District 2.
You just gonna skip 4?
District 2.
I said, oh. Yeah, so I want to give a special thank you to the neighbors in the Avalon subdivision and Lakeview subdivision for 2 great knock days. And also a wonderful thank you to our, and also, oh, I almost forgot Miller Grove. I want to thank you all, the neighbors, for hosting, for letting me speak to you and go door to door during another neighborhood knock day. Had a really good time talking to some neighbors, and also a big shout out to the city of Stonecrest and code enforcement for live responding to many of the issues that neighbors presented to me during that time. I was emailing code enforcement. They were out in about 20 minutes. So a big thank you to Terrence and Mr. Butts for doing that. Again, some of that work that's been happening, and looking forward to continuing to be out this weekend. Got to figure out where we're going next, but we are very excited for it. So please continue to email me at tfye@stonecrestga.gov if you need a visit, conversation, meeting, and we can go ahead and do that. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. District 1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to announce that D1 has newsletters that goes out quarterly to coincide with the town hall meetings. If you would like to receive one, feel free to send me an email or to send our constituents an email at constituents@stonecrestga.gov. All the information you need can be found on our website. Speaking of town hall meetings, the next one is to be held on the last Saturday in September, right here at City Hall from 1:30 to 3:30. Also, that same day, we will have a hazardous waste event. So the dumpsters will be located right here in the parking lot at City Hall. I'm also thrilled to share that Dominique's Restaurant is celebrating their year anniversary. So we are having an anniversary event on August the 9th from 1:30 to 3. It'll be a great opportunity to enjoy some appetizers, live music, and show our appreciation for their success right here in our city in District 1. Lastly, I want to welcome all the 2024 or 2025, 2026 school year is about to start on August 4th. I'm excited because my baby is going to high school. And Councilman Grimes, I am going to definitely try to be there on time. So I am wishing everybody a wonderful school year ahead. But before I yield to Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to say I was at Newburgh, not this Sunday, but last Sunday, July 20th. And Pastor Bryant announced that he is adopting 6 schools in DeKalb County. And out of those 6 schools, 4 is in the city of Stonecrest that he is going to be providing computers. So the 4 schools I believe was listed that's in Stonecrest was Farrington Elementary, Salem Middle School, MLK High, and Stoneview. So all that information should be on their website, but I'm excited that 4 of those schools are actually located here in DeKalb County. And that's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem. So again, welcome to all the students for 2025, 2026 school year here in DeKalb County.
Thank you very much. Mayor Cobble.
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have anything for you.
Thank you. I just want to repeat what I said earlier, and it was really, really tragic that we lost a football player at Arabia Mountain High School. So if you could keep the family and the school in your prayers and thoughts during this difficult time. We encourage our young people to participate, athletics and other activities, and we never know how that will turn out. And again, we don't know exactly what happened, but that was very tragic. So I just can't get that off my mind. Beyond that, there are need for executive session. Councilman Fire, you know the drill.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, Councilwoman Washington.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to executive session with city council with the city attorney only for personnel reasons.
You amend your motion?
There's a motion.
It add real estate and personnel's already added. That makes sense. Okay, so we're probably moving second to go into executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate, and cybersecurity, with a portion of it being reserved for legal only. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Start with District 1.
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll temporarily adjourn to executive session and we'll return shortly. Thank you very much.
Move on.
Council will entertain a motion to come out of executive session and return to our regularly scheduled council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Been probably moved in second to come out of executive session and return to our regularly scheduled council meeting. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Starting with District 1. District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Council, at this time, I entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the council meeting, from the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second to approve the minutes from executive session. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Starting with District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The minutes from the executive session are now approved. Council, is there any action coming out of the executive session for our consideration? I believe the city attorney is going to read a resolution. Or the preamble there too. Ready?
Yes. A resolution by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Stonecrest, Georgia, to approve the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Stonecrest and the Stonecrest Development Authority for $650,000.
So moved.
Haven't heard the resolution. Council, entertain the motion for action.
So moved. Oh, I move to approve it.
Second.
We're probably moved in second to approve the resolution as outlined by the city attorney for real estate transaction. Are you ready for the question? All of those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Opposers, nay. Starting with District 1.
Nay.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4 is aye. District 5.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Council, is there anything else to come before this body for consideration? Hearing none, I entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
It's been probably moved in second to adjourn this meeting. Everybody in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.